Weather, I think it's hot. It is 35 degrees. Who'd have thought it? Humidity 31%, which is good because it was up to 56% earlier in the week. Wind speed 6 kilometres an hour. The direction it's coming from is the south, and it's sunny, as it has been pretty much every day, apart from a couple of quick thunderstorms. So we had some fantastic action this morning. Loads and loads of medal ceremonies, but this afternoon we've got some really good sprint finals. We've got the, well, that's what we've got. We've got the men's javelin and the women's javelin in the F37 for 38 for men, the F52, 53 for women, the men's 200 metres semis, men's long jump, the women's 200 metres. We've got the men's 200 T42 final. Now that is something we really are looking forward to. We've got the men's 100 metres T35 final, and then the final of the women's T54 in the 800 metres. Women's 800 metres T53 final. Then we've got the semis of the men's 200 metres, the T54s, and the semis for the T53s also in the 200 metres. The javelin continues, the F11 final. The women's javelin is the F33-34 final. And then we've got the men's 5,000 metres, the T54 semi-final. And it gets more interesting as we get into the night. The 200 metres men's T37 semi, the 200 metres T38 semi, those the cerebral palsy runners. And then we've got the T11 final, women's 100 metres, that's for the blind runners. And Brazil absolutely dominate that. What will our favourite Brazilian be wearing on her blindfold? She promised us that she would have cars and giraffes. And we've got those 100 metres in the T43, 44s. Look at the little children just being kept there under the trees in the shade. What a lovely shot that is. And you can see the empty seats are out in the sun. The seats in the shade are much harder to come by. Look at those little chaps sitting there. Going to be inspired by some great Paralympic sport. He's already got his clapping going. Trying to get a rhythm going with his colleagues. His mate behind's joining in the green hat and the glasses. Yeah, and the one in red says, look, this is how you do it, like this. Yeah, there we go, look, I'm on the telly. The ladies, meanwhile, are having a bit of a chat. Everyone's got a hat on. They need it in protection from the sun. Hopefully they've got their sun cream on. There's messages all around the village saying, put your sun cream on, make sure you have lots to drink. People want to keep those memories. There was a chap came up and started videoing me commentating in this morning session, and he actually stood in front of me while I was commentating. So all the video will show is a commentator who keeps looking around him. And these some of the people in the luxury seats in the back of the stand, the lady in red and the man in yellow, realising they're on the telly and doing as people do. She's just sorting her hair out. Look, she's on the telly. She thinks, I'll just sort my hair out. There we are. And now she's a little bit embarrassed. The man in the beard has given us a wave. The people behind have just noticed as well. Oh, and the man in the blue just saying to the person in white, look, give us a wave, and there they are. And I'm waving back. I'm waving back at my monitor to the right, even though they're actually to the left of me. But it's quite exciting to be on the television. Now that looks like a good seat because you're right in the shade there. 35 degrees here in Lyon. We're getting a good look at the crowd. It's a good-looking crowd, Will, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Good-looking field as well today, I should say. That men's 200 metres T42 final featuring Richard Whitehead. That is at 15:54, 3:54 p.m. Central European time. That's around 13:55, 1:55 p.m. GMT. The men's 100 metres finals are going to be fascinating. T43 featuring Alan Oliveira, and immediately after that, T44, Brown against Peacock, potentially against Wallace as well. That'll be from around 7:15 p.m, 19:15 Central European time, 17:15, 5:15 p.m. GMT, and half an hour after that, Raymond Martin in the men's 100 metres T52. He's already won gold this week in 1500 and 800. Tatiana McFadden's also won 2 golds, and Marcel Hug has also won 2 golds and silver.
So let's have a look at the competitors in the men's javelin, the F37, F38, and this is the final. We'll have a look at the contestants here. Majid Al-Sheikh will be the first to go. Jaden Sawyer, Ahmed Meshema, Jirik Hoot, Victor Delbogo Colino, and Peter Vratil.
He's the only man in this field, Vratil, who has won a medal in this event before. Bronze 2011. This wasn't competed for in 2012, and a lot of those who won medals in 2011 and previous games are not competing in this.
Here's the rest of the field. The two South Africans, Reinhard Hamann and Union Sekelwe. Dusan Gretzel of the Czech Republic, along with his colleague Martin Kukla, El Saber of Egypt, and Dimitri Silovs of Latvia. And the athletes also keeping nice and cool in the shade. Well, no, they won't be cool, but they'll be cooler than if they were out in the sunshine.
Well, right in the centre of the shot there was Petr Vatl, representing the Czech Republic, sitting alongside Dusan Gretzel. Good Czech representation in this. 4 in all, actually. Martin Kukla and Yuri Kahut in this 2. There is another javelin competition which is starting around the same time. We'll introduce everybody in that to you also, because that is an event that's unique in itself, split off from a previous event which has been competed for as a 4-category final in previous years, but now just 2 categories in it in its own right. Well, that starts in a couple of minutes' time. Track action begins just in the next 2 or 3 minutes. The men's 200 metres, the T36 semi-finals, but we've had really good crowds all day. Now you'll look across and see the empty stands and say, well, obviously there's something wrong there, but because of the extreme heat, a lot of the spectators are simply going into the shade and staying there. Attendances have been very, very good. Men's javelin just getting underway. That's F37, F38. In a different sector, we have the women's javelin throw. F52, 53. It's an interesting one because this used to be bundled in with the F33s and 34s. Estela Salas of Mexico, silver in 2004 in Athens, and won the shot in the same competition. And fellow Mexican Esther Rivera won gold in this in 2004, but it was a 4-category event in the last 3 Paralympic Games and the last World Championships in Christchurch. And the Mexicans will be the favourites. They also have Leticia Ochoa. Could be a clean sweep for them. Pamela Lejeune for Canada. Deepa Malik for India. The 287 is Lejeune. Canada having a decent games. Our feed being relayed live in the Paralympics Canada website too. Presumably popping up somewhere in Canadian TV, as a lot of our coverage tends to do. Now, Esther Rivera, like Estela Salas, won gold in 2004 in different events in Athens. Sean would have been just 19 then, but not a block on winning a Paralympics medal. There's no doubt about that. Just take the case of Alan Oliveira. That's how old he was when he caused that massive upset in London. 3 victorious world records, by the way, this morning. Elamine Chantouf of Morocco in the men's 10,000. Iga Rapanis in the shot put, and Nikita Prochorov in the women's shot in the women's long jump.
So let's have a little bit of javelin action. This is Jaden Sawyer of Australia. Javelin just getting underway, everyone's first throw. And we'll wait for that to be measured. So the first throw was by Majid Al-Sheikh of Bahrain, and he has set the target 31.98, and the Australian considerably past that. It's 40.53, a new personal best, and that gives him 912 points because it's a combined event this for F37s and F38s. Right, let's go to the track. This is the men's 100 metres. And Ben Rushgrove for Great Britain. This is the men's 200 metres T36. Thumbs up from Ben. Jose Flores of Colombia.
9-5, representing Poland.
Milzarek of Poland. 25.98, his personal best. This man's worth watching. Andrei Zernov, 25.72, his fastest time. So Wai of China, Hong Kong, China, So Wai.
princesse deuxième des Jeux Paralympiques et des championnats du monde, détenteur du record du monde, représentant Hong Kong.
In athletics, Hong Kong complete separately from China. That's So Wai, who has the fastest personal best of 24.77. I was expecting to see a Malaysian in lane 8, but I don't see him, and he will have a DNS, did not start. So I'm going to put a line through his name, and that means we just have Rushgrove, Flores, Milcharek, Zenov and So Wai. So from these 5, we'll get 3 into the final, and then the 2 fastest losers from the 2 semi-finals. Now, we had a bit of trouble with the 200 metres yesterday when they were held for a long time, and they've had to stand up again. And the officials in the blue, we'll have a quick chat with them. I don't know that was anyone's fault in particular. I think the starter held them for a long time. We've got Roman Pavlik of the Ukraine and Graham Ballard in the second semi, but the man to watch out for will be Evgeny Shvetkov, the destroyer from Russia, who absolutely destroyed a field. We saw him yesterday. But the ones to watch for here will be Rushgrove and Milcharek. Busy man yesterday, he's busy again. That's a green card. That's okay. It's when the red cards come out you have to worry. He's just getting his position back. And we're going to have another go at starting this race. So he will be the favourite, Zhenov of Russia. It's the men's 200 metres, T36, and would you believe it, they're up again. Which just gives me time to give you le diction de jour, which is the saying of the day, the world saying. We get a newsletter every day, posted in the media section, and today's is from Mexico, and the saying of the day in Mexico, la tête est plus forte que la corps. The mind is stronger than the body. And it's all about the mind in the start of the 200 metres. Now, this chap has the power to disqualify you if he wants to. And he's just having a word with the starter, and she's nodding and saying yes. But it's going to be a green card. And this time, it goes to everybody.
Well, it's very frustrating for athletes in a situation like this, but we are right at the start of a session, so obviously there's been some little problem in the re-racking between the morning session and the afternoon one.
So, I wonder if they'll get away on the 3rd time. They're going back to the blocks. Let's have a run through the order then. Ben Rushgrove of Great Britain in 3, Josie Flores of Colombia in 4, Marcin Milcharek of Poland in 5, Andrei Zhenov of Russia in 6, and So Wai of Hong Kong in 7. And this time they do get away cleanly, and it's a great start for Zhenov of Russia in the white. He's going extremely well, cutting down Milcharek as he goes. Rushgrove going well on the inside. It's Rushgrove and Zhenov and So Wai leading them round the bend in the blue. So Wai in the lead, then it's Rushgrove, then it's Zhenov. Rushgrove leading now. Rushgrove in second behind So Wai, and the 3 be expected, Zhenov as well. But So Wai, great run from him in Hong Kong in the blue. Then it was Ben Rushgrove of Great Britain in 2, and Zhenov of Russia, the other definite qualifier. So Zhenov away very well, but the man on the outside even better. That's So Wai of Hong Kong in the blue, and really getting away from his man there. And then you look at Ben Rushgrove in the second half of the race, he comes good. And actually, somebody pulled up there. It was the Pole, Milcharek, pulled up. You can see the Colombian Flores coming in 4th place, but So Wai, a great run from him, and Ben Rushgrove and Zhenov, Andrei Zhenov of Russia, looking very, very comfortable. And you can see the Russian looking around him, thinking, I don't need to do too much effort. He perhaps felt that the pole something had happened to him, and he pulled up. and in the end the Colombian couldn't catch them. So a very, very comfortable run. Looks cool as a cucumber, that fella, So Wai, in a time of 26:13. 26:13 for So Wai of Hong Kong. Ben Rushgrove 26:55, and Andrei Zhernov 26:63. 1.6 meters against them in the wind. So Wai, the world record holder, comfortably through, along with Rushgrove and Zhernov.
And we're moving across to the men's javelin now, and this is Reinhard Hamann of South Africa. It's the F37-38. Everybody throws once per round. A combined category, so it's decided by points. There's been a personal best for the leader. Jaden Sawyer of Australia through 40.53, gives him 912 points. Leads by around 30 or so from Ahmed Mashaima, who threw further, but is a different category, from Bahrain. And Mashaima was second, he's now third because Hamann's in the lead, and it's a continental record, 44 meters 11 for the continent of Africa. He really hurled that one out there. Leads by approximately 40 points over Sire, and all of a sudden it's all change at the top of the leaderboard here. .951 points the distance equates to, 44.11. We'll be seeing a lot of this today. 4 Czechs in the final, but it's run this event on IAAF rules, so it'll be after 3 rounds, the top 8 who go through for the final 3 rounds. Dusan Greshel is one of those many Czech athletes in this. 37.38 his lifetime best set this year. An event which we only see intermittently. Wasn't in the London 2012 programme. And here he comes. The one line that they have to aim for is 50 metres, and that looks to be around 35 maybe, which would get him an opportunity of getting into the top 6 at least, if only he hadn't fouled. Also a foul for Victor del Burgo Calino of Spain. World record at F37 is held by Jadong, as set in winning the Beijing 2008 gold medal. That was 57.81. But the track will come next, and it's the second semi-final of the men's 200 metres T36. This features the London 2012 champion, Roman Pavlik. Well, there was a missing Malaysian in the first semi-final, but not in the second, as Mohamed Matlazin is here, and he's in very decent form. We've seen him already in the 100. Set his lifetime best this year, 27.10. National colours, Malaysia being yellow, as they are for Colombia. Juan Moreno Marquez of Colombia. Like Metlazin, 23 years old. And like Metlazin, a personal best set this year, 26.66. Evgeny Svetkov of Russia, very good athlete. We've seen him already this week. There's very good potential for him to pick something up here.
Lane 5, representing Great Britain.
It was bronze in the 100 metres for Graham Ballard. Silver in the 100 at London 2012. He finished 4th in this 200 there. The London 2012 champion. Reigning world champion. Roman Pavlik of Ukraine. Paralympic Games. 4 gold, 1 silver, 2 bronze in history. Benjamin Erban of Slovakia is in 7, and Tommy Chasanov of the United States is in lane 8. This the T36 category, men's 200 metres. That's a decent, strong field in this. 27.40 is the target for the fastest losers in this. The first 3 go through, plus the next 2 fastest. It's Metlazin in 2, Moreno Marquez in 3, Svetkov 4, Ballard 5, Pavlik 6, Erban 7, and Chasanov of the United States is in lane 8. 26.1 So Wai is winning time in the first semi-final. They were held a long time, but they're away the first time of asking. An absolutely blinding start by Pavlik. Ballard going well also alongside him for Britain. Lane 6 and 5, the ones to watch respectively. And Svetkov's coming good as well. And it looks like it's going to be these three. And Svetkov is barring away ahead of Ballard and Pavlik. And Svetkov looks as if he's going to take this up for Russia. And he knows how far ahead he is, so he's going to ease up. And now here come Pavlik and Ballard. And it's those three. And it's 24.93, which is very impressive. Championship record it is for Evgeny Svetkov, and he could have gone a lot further, but he had the wisdom and the knowledge just to ease on the brakes, I would say, with 40 meters to go. Ballard was second with Pavlik in third, and that looks like a very strong final. And so are why. It was 26.1 seconds in the first semi-final, and Svetkov, well, he had a look around there. He had about 50 minutes to go, knew he was well in front, knew there was nothing to be gained from breaking the world record in the semi-final. So he just eased down a bit, and Ballard in the dip got past Pavlik and did well. Well, 24.92 was the winning time in the end, and the world record's 24.65. And he was on the brakes in the final 50. I think it's going to be a very, very fast final. One to look forward to, definitely one to relish. And already today, in only the second track race of this afternoon session, a championship record for Evgeny Svetkov of Russia, 24.92. Graham Ballard and Roman Pavlik also through, as are Matt Lazin and Reino Marquez as fastest losers. It was a very fast heat. And these the men who advance. Svetkov, Ballard, Pavlik from the second semi. So will why Ben Rushgrove. There'll be two Brits in that final, two from Russia. It should be quite a contest and a fast one.
Now you have to say, if he'd have kept going, he could have beaten the world record there. Now obviously he doesn't want to tire himself out, and what he'd like to do is get the world record in the final, but he could have done that. He could have got it then, I think.
It's quite difficult to say. You gain a world record, obviously, if you do it in the semi-final, but you don't gain a medal.
No. Yeah, it's better not to. If he'd set a world record and then been a bit tired and only got the silver in the final, then he'd have been annoyed with himself.
Now this is another interesting event. It's the men's long jump T20 final, and this is only being competed for the second time at a World Championship since its revival, since T20s were allowed back into the competition. There's a huge field for this. There's 17 involved, but only Lenin Cunha of Portugal and Zoran Talic of Croatia have won major international medals before. The man who's been dominating this, Jose Antonio Esposito Pinheiro of Spain, well, he got injured at a different World Championships for those with intellectual disability, the INES World Championships in the Czech Republic earlier in the summer last month, and so he's not here, despite the fact he is Paralympic and World Champion. Talic and Cunha are the two men with form, but it's a huge field. It'll be like horse racing's Grand National. And Esposito, or Esposito, depending on your point of view, he is so good, he's finished fourth in the regular Spanish Athletics Championships in the long jump. Good athlete.
The only way this will differ from the Grand National is there's no hedges to jump over. They will just be jumping as far as they can. Let's see what's happening in the javelin. Jaden Sawyer, 40.53. His best so far. In fact, it's his personal best, and he's lying second in the competition behind Reinhard Haman of South Africa, who's thrown 44.11, 951 points, which is an African record. Jaden Sawyer, currently on 912 points. It's a combined class, 57, F37 and 38. So there's a point system, as some of them have more severe cerebral palsy than others. And Jaden Sawyer so far has thrown 40.53, which is enough to put him up into second place. He's an F38. Reinhard Haman, the leader, also an F38, but the man in third place is an F37, so he has more severe cerebral palsy. That's Ahmed Mashema of Bahrain. And Jaden Sawyer does not improve, 36.50. First throw was 40.53. So it's the women's 200 metres, T36. This is a final. And from Kazakhstan, that's Bayduldaeva. I don't think she'll be in with a chance of winning. Her personal best is 35.95, her season's best 39.93. This is Germany's Claudia Nikolaitzik, 31.10 her personal best, so she will be in with a shout of this. The woman to beat is this lady. Oh, what a great reaction. That's Min Jae Jeon of Korea. And she is excited to be here. I think that's one of the best lineup reactions so far. From Argentina, Yanina Martinez gives us the thumbs up. Gradually in all the sprinting events we're starting to get these reactions. Russian lady looking very cool. Sakib Zadeva in the purple, and that's Yuki Kato of Japan. So the ones to look out for: Jeon of Korea has the fastest time, Nikolaitzik of Germany the next fastest, then it's Martinez of Argentina and Sakib Zadeva of Russia, 31.81. So the favourite in this final, Jeon Min-jae of Korea. And they're all away very well. And there's nothing between them at all at the moment, but the German Nikolaitzik getting away very well, and Jeon Min-jae of Korea getting away very well as well. They're the two in the lead at the moment. Nikolaitzik of Germany falling away now, and here comes the Korean, Jeon Min-jae in the lead, in the blue. It's Korea in the lead, on course for a gold medal here, but here comes the German, Nikolaitzik, and also the Russian in the purple, Sakib Zadeva, but it's going to be a gold medal for Korea. Koreans, Jeon Min-jae, Nikolaitzik of Germany getting the silver, and in the unusual colours for Russia, purple, Sakib Zadeva getting the bronze. So it was the lady who had the great smile at the start, Jeon Min-jae of Korea, is confirmed as the gold medal winner. Great run from her. And unusual to see a Russian in purple. Martinez finished fourth in the end. So Jeon Min-jae, 30.96. Claudia Nikolaitzik setting a season's best for her of 31.69, but she could not keep up with Jeon. And then Sakib Zadeva also with a season's best, 32.43, but neither of them could keep up with Jeon Min-jae of Korea. Martinez finishing fourth, Yuki Kato of Japan fifth, and Bayduldaeva bringing up the rear. So a great run here from the Korean, shortest lady in the race, and a great determination, lovely smile. And look at this, the delight of winning gold for Korea. And you think she had a great smile at the start. That's a brilliant reaction at the finish. She cannot believe it. Fantastic. She's the gold medalist in the T36 200 metres. Well done. I'd like to go and give her a hug. That's a great grin. Jeon Min-jae of Korea. First Korean gold, I think. And the Russians doing their best to confuse me in different coloured outfits. What's the Russian doing in purple? But there we are. It was the Russian in third. So let's have a confirmation of the results. Jeon Min-jae with that great smile, 30.96 the winner. Claudia Nikolaitzik of Germany, 31.69 gets the silver. And Egil Sakibazadeva of Russia in the purple, 32.43.
Well, the field action is continuing here, and this is the women's javelin throw for the F52-53. You saw a lot of M's there, but don't worry about that. It just simply means that they haven't thrown yet. And everybody gets 6 throws in a row because of their situation. And it's a dual category event, which means it's decided by points. Estela Salas went out to 10.75. So that's 680 points. This is the second thrower, Pamela Lejeune of Canada, who's gone out to 9.12. They're both the same category, and our leader, Salas, won the gold in the shot in Athens 9 years ago at the Paralympic Games there and won silver in this. And the only other previous medalist in the women's javelin, for good reason, is Esther Rivera. And the reason for that is they used to be bundled together, these two categories, with the 33s and 34s. And the 33s and 34s used to dominate. And by the way, those other two categories are throwing later tonight. So they have 3 throws in a row, and then they can rest for a couple of minutes if they desire and take some water on. But the finals are coming thick and fast. We've had the women's 200 there. Great win for Joan Min-jae. Wonderful smile. We've got a men's equivalent in the T42 coming up, and one of the stars of London 2012.
Yes, Richard Whitehead, and we're expecting great things from Richard. He's not only the world record holder and the Paralympic champion, he's the world champion, he holds the championship record. He's a phenomenon. The British Blade Runner, he'll be in lane 4. Jorgensen of Denmark, we've got Yoda of Sri Lanka, Popov of Germany will be a danger, then it's Whitehead. Vance of the USA is in good form, Scott Reardon of Australia will fancy his chances, and then Yamamoto and Kayeter. So this is Daniel Jorgensen, personal best 26.46. in the red of Denmark. It's a European silver medalist last year. This is Yoda, Jayalath Yoda of Sri Lanka in the green. Heinrich Popov has a personal best of 25.90 and he will be a danger. He was saying that his challenge is just to keep going and hope that something happens to Whitehead, because he says he usually watches him for the last 40 metres of the race. This is the man who is hotly fancied. Paralympic champion, world record holder and reigning champion from Christchurch, which was the first time he'd ever run the 200 metres. This guy's a marathon runner, really, and he's an absolute phenomenon. Richard Whitehead. Shaquille Vance, he's the guy who points to USA. He's in the red. Season best 26.32, personal best 25.55. Doing some big clapping. Scott Reardon, he'll be a real danger for Australia. He's been in great form, this fella. Personal best 25.45. In the sunglasses, Yamamoto of Japan takes his sunglasses off to wave to the crowd. 26.64, his PB. And this is the Frenchman, Clavel Kayeter. He won't trouble the medals, I don't think. His season's best, 26.48. But he'll get a good cheer from the crowd. So Nottingham's Richard Whitehead. He was a marathon runner. He wanted to compete in the marathon. There wasn't one in Christchurch. He was gutted to hear that. So he said, what's the longest race you've got? They said, there's the 100 and the 200. He said, I'll do the 200. It's closest to the marathon. He sat in the changing rooms in Christchurch, hearing all the other athletes in the final, and they were saying who they thought was going to finish where, and they thought he'd finished 8th. He kept quiet because he knew he'd got some really fast times. And guess what? He not only won it, he set a new world record. Can he now retain that title? Nottingham's Richard Whitehead. And away they go. Jorgensen, Yoda, Popov, Whitehead, Vance, Reardon, Yamamoto and Kayeter. Now you'll notice that Whitehead will start very slowly, but he will come good in the second half of the race. Whitehead way back at the moment. Going very well is Popov of Germany in the red. And also Vance. And now here comes Whitehead. Oh, Vance has gone down. Here comes Whitehead. Whitehead's going to take his man. Whitehead's going to get it. Fantastic. He's come past the Australian Reardon. And what a fantastic second 100 metres. Richard Whitehead, 24.95. He's outside his world record. But when you see him here, he was running into a headwind of 2.7. When you see him on this first 100 metres, now let's just watch what happens here, because we see the American go down, and we just want to make sure it's not Richard Whitehead who trips him up. No, he's not. No, that's good. I thought for a minute, because Richard Whitehead does run with his legs very wide. They're splayed out very wide, and Vance was between Reardon and Whitehead. I wanted to see if either of them touched him. I don't think they did. It was a muscle injury, was it, Will? Yeah, absolute, definite hamstring, and he was tying up. You could see in his face for about 10 minutes, and he struggled on. He was trying very hard to keep up with Reardon on his outside and Whitehead on his inside. But Whitehead, like you said, just like in London 2012, it's when he gets into the straight
He is a totally different athlete, and I'm afraid Vance is still stricken down there, but for Richard Whitehead, well, it's a great victory. He might have been forced a little bit faster had Vance been able to keep up with him and been able to keep upright. And, well, that's 8 gold medals now for Great Britain.
There's confirmation then. Richard Whitehead 24.95 into a 2.5 metres per second win. Scott Reardon of Australia did his best. He set an Australasian record 25.29, and Heinrich Popov of Germany gets the bronze in 26.02. Popov was just saying that the only way that he could win is if Whitehead did something wrong. Whitehead did not do something wrong, and as he celebrates, let's go and see what's happening in the long jump.
Yes, it's currently being led by Daniel Royer of France as Richard Whitehead does his lap of honour around the stadium here, and he's doing the gun salute again like he did last year, except he was in competition when he was crossing the line last year when he did that, and instead it's on his lap of honour this time. This is the best jump by Royer, 6.24. It's a personal best for the Frenchman. They've had a decent game so far with 1 gold for Mandy and the potential maybe a more. Lafleur runs later tonight, and this is decided on distance and not points.
Vance of the United States is still down injured, getting treatment. Here goes the jump. Still down.
It's Cunha of Portugal, 6.73, and he has medalled in this discipline before, and that is the lead for Cunha of Portugal, right up to the top of the listings. The man who won bronze at London 2012 and the silver in 2011.
Shaquille Vance still being treated in the centre of the track, so they can't get on with any more races at the moment because they'll want to sort him out. They've got the stretcher ready. He's got some kind of a muscle injury.
El Sayed Abdel Munaim El Saber throwing the sabre for Egypt. 43.06 in the first round. This the event decided by points. The potential of going higher up if he improved, but he did not. 41.37 that was in the second round, so 43.06 remains his best, and he knows the technique. Wasn't quite right there, checking with his coach.
So let's have a look now. This is Vance, who was going well in that race. He was hoping to challenge Reardon and Popov. I don't think he would ever catch Richard Whitehead, but he's in some pain and he's getting sympathetic applause from the French crowd and the journalists and the photographers as he comes in front of them. But he's obviously pulled a muscle, and it looked as though they were going to have to put him on the stretcher, but he is now being helped off. And he looks in some discomfort. Let's have a look at what exactly happened to him and see if we can work out. Yeah, he's coming around there, so he's in the middle in the red. You can see Whitehead one side of him, Reardon the other, and you can see he's grimacing there. Can he keep going? And then he realises no, and it's it must just be. Oh yeah, he's holding the back of his left hamstring, and that is very disappointing for him.
Once something like that happens, you have absolutely no chance. It was in the European 400 metres final in Helsinki last year when Brian Gregan was leading for Ireland with about 50 metres to go, and then his groin completely went and he staggered over the line. Momentum got him there. He finished down in 6th place. He just couldn't pull up with an injury such as that. But when that happens to you in the closing straight, realistically, you do not have a chance. Now we've got medal ceremony coming up, and this is the women's shot put F54.
And by the CEO of the International Paralympic Committee.
And it is the Chief Executive Officer of the IPC, Xavier, you see there, all resplendent. Again, this was very much a decent competition.
Stay with us here on Paralympic Sport TV because we've got 3 finals coming in a row. The T35 men's 100, the T54 women's 800, and then the women's 800 T53.
Yeah, there was a world record in this event, and Hania Aidi just managed to push her compatriot, Fadila Nafati, down just narrowly outside the medals. It could have been 2 medals for Tunisia in this. Which would have been a nice achievement. It very rarely happens for them at any international sporting event, but Yang Li Wan of China was well ahead of them, 40 centimeters ahead of Aidi, 60 ahead of Nafati to claim the silver medal. She is the world record holder, or was the world record holder going into this. That was to rapidly change, because 49 centimeters further on and 6 centimeters ahead of Yangzhou world record, Maria Bogacheva of Russia to claim the gold medal. A truly superb champion. 8 golds for Russia now. But only the 7th time so far that we've heard this. We'll try not to remark any further on the somewhat peculiar version with bells, but also it sounds like it's being played on Dracula's organ, a lot of that. But anyway, it is a great anthem, and they can't all be the same. It's one we'll remember.
The Russian medals come with bells on it.
And remember, Moscow stages the IAAF World Athletics Championships, and they will presumably have their own way of playing the anthems next month. And I remember the European Championships, by the way, in Gothenburg 2006, on the final day, they got an a cappella choir, which was fantastic. And there was no music, they merely sang every anthem, which was wonderful.
And of course, we've got the next Winter Paralympics coming up in Russia, in Sochi.
Now this is the men's 100 meters T35 final, and it features the gold medalist from London 2012 and the reigning world champion as well. Andrei Antipov of Russia will be hoping he can pull something off, though, as a surprise in the inside lane. Alongside him, the other Russian, Anton Bubnov, both wearing regulation Russian kit. Now he's had a very good games, both on the track and in the jumping. Henan Bareta of Argentina. Irui Tsaruk of Ukraine, the London 2012 champion. He has a great chance here, Tsaruk. Reigning world champion, and also won in Athens 2004 at the Paralympic Games to Boho Makalagadi of South Africa. Silver in London, bronze in Beijing. He has form and a lot of history. Dmitry Safronov of Russia is in 6th, 13.19 as personal best set here. Silver medalist in Christchurch 2 years ago. The last World Championships, Alel Boukalfa of Algeria. Would be doing well to do it again. And Niels Stein of Germany, bronze in Christchurch. On the outside, there is potential, but again, would be doing fantastically well if he were to pull something off here. It's good field for this T35 men's 100 meters final. It's Antipov of 1, Bubnov 2, Barreto 3, Saruk 4, Magalagadi 5, Safronov 6, Bukalfa 7, Stein for Germany in lane 8. Russia have the potential of doing a clean sweep. But will they? So still inside this Lyon stadium. Antipov, Bubnov, Barreto, Saruk, Magalagadi, Safronov, Bukalfa, Stein. Here we go, great stuff. Magalagali and 5, Saruk and 4. Saruk's coming good. Barreto's doing brilliantly for Argentina. But now pushing away, it's Saruk and Safronov. It all looks like Safronov's going to take it. 12.50 unofficial is a new championship record. And that's a great victory for Safronov. He came good in the final few meters ahead of Saruk there. And we have a new champion as the outgoing world champion and the Paralympic champion have both been beaten in Saruk and Makalagali. And it is a confirmed new championship record. Barreto took the bronze and by almost half a second, 12.49. Safronov breaks the championship record. And Barreto has set a new continental record for South America as well. Oh, that was a superb burst right at the end by Safronov. And Russia claimed their 9th gold of these games. 13.19 was his personal best. He's taken 0.7 off that, not 0.07, 0.7. Brilliant. And maybe on Saturday, maybe Sunday, or maybe when he has the medal round his neck, it will sink in, because right now it is a lot for him to accept that he is the world champion.
I don't think I've seen a winner look quite so surprised at winning.
12.49, the new championship record. Saruk the silver, Barreto with the South American record, the bronze.
And as you say, 13.19 was his personal best going into that. And there were people in the race that had gone well under 13 seconds. He was not expected to win that, even by himself. But he suddenly found himself in a position and he just kept going. And what a win for Dmitry Safronov.
Now this is the 800 meters T11 victory ceremony for men. And this was the really excellent final that we saw earlier today. More glory for Brazil. Will Rio host the Paralympic Games in 2016? They've worked very hard to get a lot of the stadiums ready. They're building a brand new metro system there as well. Valenzuela, who won silver earlier in the week, was down in 4th for this. Instead, it's bronze for Turkey, and Hassan Hussein Kassar, who's a personal best, 204.88. Well, it is a good news athletic story for Turkey.
Bronze for Turkey.
Silver for Colombia, William Sosa. Personal best, 203.53.
Check out the shades. Colombian flag painted on. I imagine a nail bar. And for a while they looked like they might get the gold, but the Brazilians had other ideas.
Colombia, Ecuador and Venezuela all have virtually identical flags, as they once had a major union about 100 years ago. Still very close politically, economically. But glory for Brazil, for Santos and Santos. The season's best, 2 minutes, 0.50. The guide was Carlos, the athlete was Adair, but the teamwork was fantastic. It's another gold for Brazil.
Sounds like a firm of solicitors, Santos and Santos.
Well, he's an athlete of great emotion. Not sure if you got the 80s detective series Simon & Simon in the UK.
No, we didn't. Was that an Irish programme?
No, it was American. It was set in San Diego. But this is Santos and Santos, and they are a winning team.
Was it good, Simon & Simon?
It was quite good, yeah.
Sort of a buddy-buddy programme, was it? Detectives?
Brother.
Brother.
So, two brothers who are private eyes. But Adair Santos is very much in a league of his own in this, and he is the world champion.
Will he cry? You know he's emotional when he hears his song. All the way through that anthem, he was getting accustomed to his new medal. Obviously, he's blind, so he can't see his medal, but I tell you what, during that song, I say song, it's an anthem, he was almost reading it like it was a book in Braille, feeling every little bit of it, feeling the weight of it, the shape of it, and the pride in that man in winning a medal for his country, a gold medal.
So we're enjoying the Brazilian success. Well, they've got the Football World Cup next year. They had the Confederations Cup this summer and the Olympic Games and Paralympic Games in 2016. This is the situation in the men's long jump T20 final. And Zoran Talic of Croatia is in the lead. He went out to 6.84 and he is 1 centimetre clear of Dmytro Prudnikov for the Ukraine, and Lenin Kunya is in third place, 11 centimetres behind. This is Prudnikov in the rather unusual get-up for Ukraine. They've all had one jump so far.
It almost looks like he's wearing cut-off jeans or khaki shorts or something. They don't look like athletic shorts. It's just a very strange colour.
Well, I'm sorry, because of the colours, we've got those mixed up. That is Zoran Talic. And you can just see the little Croatian logo on the side.
Yep, you're right. The red and white checks tell you that's a Croat. Zoran Talic, an F20. He's the guy in the lead. 6.84 he's jumped so far. And there is his jump. So he's the leader. And Prudnikov of Ukraine, Dmitry Prudnikov, is in second place. Is this him going now?
Yes, it is. That's the Paralympic colours they normally wear.
And he has jumped 6.83. So it's Croatia in gold medal position at the moment after one jump. Ukraine in silver. Portugal, Cunha in bronze position at the moment.
And they both can go further. They're both well inside their lifetime bests so far. But that's going to bubble up very impressively. There's a very good field in that. The world record stretches back to 2005 and 7:48.
So we're going to go to the track very shortly. Let me just give you details of what's coming up on the track, because we've got some fantastic action while we stay with this long jump. We've got the 800 metres T54 final, which features the McFadden sisters. Tatiana McFadden will be the hot favourite, Hannah McFadden, her younger sister's in as well, and Edith Wolf of Switzerland will be the person who will be trying to deny Tatiana McFadden as she goes on her bid to get 6 gold medals. Manuela Scher of Switzerland also in that. Diane Roy of Canada. That's going to be a fantastic 800 metres. That is coming up next, and that's followed straight away by another 800 metres, this time for T53s, and that will feature Shirley Riley of the States, Madison Rosario, that really promising Australian, Amanda McCrory from the States, and also Angela Ballard of Australia, and Zhu of China. So some fantastic women's 800 metres to come.
Now Matsumoto fouled in his first round, as indeed did 7 athletes of the 17. And Dinobel Rodriguez, who is a nominal favourite for this, has set 2 fouls. He's in a bit of bother here. So Matsumoto needs to avoid this also. Something solid would be good. Looks to have gone a long way. And they're waiting. And they're consulting. There's been no flag yet until now, and it's a white flag. And that should get Matsumoto quite a bit up the field. They've got 3 long jump tracks in this Stade de Rhône, and it's the one which is the tightest one to us on this near side, way away in the left-hand corner, very close to where the 100 metres runners start. And he looked back and, well, hard to judge from that angle, but maybe 570 or more. And it would get Matsumoto high up the field. It might even have been around 6 metres, and if that's the case, well, then he'd be well safe to have 3 more jumps. There's such a large field for an event which we've not seen too regularly in the last few years, and it's a continental record, 6:23. Japanese record to follow for Matsumoto, but it's straight back to the track, and the attempt of a 3rd gold medal this week for the American Tatiana McFadden. It is the women's 800 metres T54 final. We have a pair of McFaddens in this, 3 Swiss, Jade Jones of Britain. Standard in this should be very, very good. Hannah McFadden of the United States. She's the middle sister of the 3, by the way. There's a younger sister, Ruthie, as well, who no doubt we'll be seeing one day. Hannah is 17 years old. Alexandra Helbling is another athlete well watching out for. Jade Jones of Britain. She's a good, promising young athlete. She's 17. Potential of getting in the medals here, as this woman always has. So far gold in the 5,000 and the 2,000. 10 Paralympic Games medals all time, 3 of those gold. Edith Wolf, silver in London for Switzerland, behind Tatiana McFadden. Teamwork, Manuela Scher won bronze in the won silver in the 10,000, in the 5,000 should I say. Championship record in the semi-final. Gunilla Wallengren of Sweden is a good potential wild card. And Diane Roy of Canada has been here many times before. 42 now, bronze in this in 2008. Among many, many medals in her career, she won 3 in London. Chantal Petitclerc holds the world record, McFadden the championship record. They were held a long time, but they're away now. Hannah McFadden, Helbling, Jones, Tatiana McFadden, Wolf, Scher, Wallengren and Roy. And watch out for lane 4, and that is where Tatiana McFadden is going straight away. Scher trying to get into position in 2nd place. The stagger is going very shortly as they'll break out of their lanes, and it's Tatiana McFadden. 2 gold medals so far this week. She won 6 in total. Well, Marcel Hug has had a go and missed out last night. He's got 2 golds and a silver so far, but leading the way is Tatiana McFadden. Looks like Scher has moved up into 2nd place, and Wolf is trying to make her mark in 3rd, but it's a really good gap at the moment for Tatiana McFadden to lead here for the United States. It'll be the bell very shortly for McFadden, one of the great parasport athletes around. Tatiana McFadden is in the lead. It's Scher in 2nd place, the championship record holder, silver medalist, in the 5,000, and then here comes Edith Wolf in third, and there's a good battle going on there. Diane Roy of Canada is up in the fourth place, but it's Tatjana McFadden who leads for the United States, ahead of Shah in second, and then a long way back to third. McFadden way out in front at the moment. Tatjana McFadden absolutely surging very well, and the only thing that can make things better for her now is if she breaks the world record and her sister gets in the medals too, because surely it's going to be a third gold here for Tatjana McFadden. She's way out in front ahead of Shah, and the battle for third place is around 30 metres behind her. It's Tatjana McFadden in the closing straight. You cannot beat sheer class, and that's what she is. Gold in the 5,000, gold in the 200, and now gold third time here in the 800. Tatjana McFadden does it, and it's Shah in second place, and that is a new world record. And I think it was Roy in third, but it's definitely a world record for Tatjana McFadden. 1:44.44 is the official time, and that's utterly glorious by Tatjana McFadden. Well, she had the championship record going into this, and she's absolutely blitzed that by 7 seconds and broken the world record of Chantal Pleny-Clark by 2. Sharon Wolf got the silver and bronze, and it was Roy in fourth place. But my word, what an absolute performer this girl is, and she's halfway there, going for 6 gold medals. She's got 3. There is only one Tatjana McFadden, but there are 3 golds. Shah has got a European record, by the way, in second place, and Edith Wolf, a brilliant athlete, has a personal best in third. It's the fastest we've ever seen all time in this T54 wheelchair, 800 metres, and Tatjana McFadden, well, absolute superstar. All 8 athletes have achieved something, which you'll see in the results very shortly, and I'm not sure I've ever seen that in a major championship final before, but Tatjana McFadden, absolutely superb. Well, that's why she's the champion, and that's why she's just champion. And we've seen an exhibition here, and the few thousand who come here day after day at this stadium in the Stade de Rhône in Lyon, really enjoying what they're seeing. There's a wonderful athlete, Tatjana McFadden, and she's won gold in this 2012, 2011, 2013 as well. And it's another string to the bow. And just look at this. Season's best, by the way, for everybody who don't have the little box alongside them. World record, Tatjana McFadden, 1:44.44. European record for Manuela Shah. Swiss record as well. Wolf gets a personal best. Roy 4th, Wollengren 5th, Helbling 6th, McFadden, Hannah in 7th, and Jay Jones in 8th. Well, she lost out to Jessica Long for the ESPY Award for Parasport. Jessica Long with a similar background to both McFaddens here, adopted from Eastern Europe. Hard to say what sort of a life that they would have had otherwise. I would suggest they probably wouldn't be competing here, but my good word, Tatjana McFadden, absolutely great athlete, absolutely blinding, brilliant.
Tatjana McFadden, who adopted from a Russian orphanage. She'd been left for dead. They didn't expect her to live. She had to walk on her hands for the first 6 years of her life. They couldn't afford to give her crutches at the orphanage, and adopted by her parents working as a US envoy, and came back to Maryland, and now her and her sister both top parasport athletes. We did promise you some excitement in the long jump. Let's see what's happening.
Well, this is Lenin Cunha. It's his second round jump, 673. He's in the medals already, but he wants something more. Oh. That's not bad. It's in and around the same range. There's no flag yet for the Portuguese, but he's given this a good go. And I should tell you, there's a gap of around 50 metres between third and fourth. No guarantee the medals or the medalists have been decided already.
He's got a haircut very much like Superman, with the little curl at the front. He was flying through the air there, but maybe he needs a cape. You see that little curl there, like a Superman curl?
He flew through the air, certainly.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's a Lenin Cunha of Portugal.
Well, 673 followed by a 658, but at least he's consistent. Telic remains in the lead, Prudnikov in second place. And our next final, the women's 800, we've got the champion from London here. In fact, most of the finalists from London, including the athlete who finished fourth, Madison de Rosario, who surely has got big things on the way.
Absolutely. Catherine de Brunner will be worth watching this. So will Shirley Riley, Angela Ballard, Madison de Rosario. There's some great athletes in here. From Switzerland, Catherine de Brunner in the red, with the white hat. Cowbells for her. This is the Japanese, Kazumi Nakayama. Also in red with a white hat, which will make it nice and tricky for me when they're over on the far side in the sun. Angela Ballard of Australia in the white. This is Shirley Riley with a blue hat, the red with a blue hat, and she has a personal best of 1:51.41. This is Madison de Rosario of Australia. White with a black hat, and she has a PB of 1:51.53. Amanda McCrory, top US athlete, 1:51.80, her personal best in the pink chair. And Zhu of China in the red. And one more to go, and that's Chelsea McClammer in lane 8, personal best 1:54.13. From the inside out, it's de Brunner, Nakayama, Ballard, Riley, de Rosario, McCrory, Zhu and McClammer. And Zhu of China in the red, leading them away. The only one with solid wheels. And she has a personal best of 1:52.30. So Zhu in the lead just at the moment as they break down in front. This is 800 metres. The world record is held by Jessica Galley of the USA, set in Atlanta, and Zhu is the championship record holder, set earlier in the semi-final. Zhu in the lead, bringing them round. She's on great form, 1:52.30 she said earlier this week. Now this is not going to be a runaway competition like the last one with Tatiana McFadden, but it's Zhu who brings them through, and inside her it's de Rosario of Australia. So Riley of Australia and the Australian de Rosario just poised to attack here, but Zhu is leading them away. So Riley of the United States coming up now. Ballard in contention as well, but Zhu is just leading them away. Zhu is the championship record holder, 1:52.30 her tide. Zhu leading them away. The Americans chasing, and so are the Australians. Is anyone going to catch them? The person to watch is going to be Riley of the United States. But Zhu is coming away. She's away from the Australian, she's away from the American. I don't think they're going to get her. Here comes Zhu of China, the championship record holder. She's going to be safe on the line, and it's a real battle for bronze and silver. But what a great win there for Zhu of China. Zhu Hongzhan of China. Then it was Angela Ballard of Australia, and then Madison de Rosario. So the American Riley, the Australian de Rosario. But Zhu of China, in the first bend, she was out there in lane 7, and for a while it looked like that Riley, or maybe de Rosario, were going to get there. Good Americans in this, good Australians in it, but in the end, the Chinese lady led from the 1:53.65. Angela Ballard with a season's best in second place, and Madison Rosario with a season's best in third. So it's Australia getting the silver and the bronze.
Yes, Ballard on the left there, de Rosario on the right, and they just looked at each other when they crossed the line, and they'd realised that they'd finally managed to achieve something major, particularly for de Rosario, as that's her first ever major championship medal.
And she is a real prospect for the future. She always looks so cool and calm before the race. And between them, the two Aussies looked like they might catch up. Shirley Riley at one point looked like she was going to mount a challenge. But Zhu was there. Now, it was very hard to split the two Australians. Let's see if we can get a photo finish here. Oh, yes, it's quite clear there to see who's got that. For a while, it looked like De Rosario was going to come through and catch up. But let's have a full check. Zhu Hongjian of China getting the gold, Angela Ballard with the silver, Madison Rosario the bronze. So a good race for Australia, and Shirley Riley fell away towards the end and ended up with only 4th place. And all of the 8 competitors now going in front of us, doing a bit of a lap of honour. But it was Zhu of China, Zhu Hongjian of China, the championship record holder from earlier in the week, and now she's the new champion. We'll be back on the track after we've had a little bit of jumping.
Yes, this competition has moved on very well. Jose Ortiz really has to get moving. The Venezuelan, 5 meters 80, his best so far. Mitru Prudnikov is now in the lead for the Ukraine. He went out to 7 meters 15 a few moments ago in the second round. A new personal best. May have a chance to get that to you if we have time very shortly. We'll concentrate on the Venezuelan for now. 5 meters 80. His best so far today, and that looks definitely beyond 6 meters. There's been a very quick white flag, which is very encouraging for him. They have a good team here. 6:16 is his lifetime best. 6:12 is season's best, and I reckon it was in around that mark, to be absolutely frank. Sailed out very well. I know we're only watching from an angle, but surely that's a lifetime best, I would have imagined. 580 was okay, but he needs another half a metre to have a chance of qualifying for the final 3 jumps. 6 meters 27. It's not just a personal best, it's a continental record, and he's up in a 5th. For Germany, Sebastian Vogt needs a similar improvement to get into contention. He's in 12th place. Now, normally in the IAAF circuit, that's what they would have in the final. But they have 17 here, so there's no real need of pre-qualifying. It would just elongate things far too much, and it's a crowded schedule anyway. So all 17 in the final is quite welcome. So Vogt, 6:01, lying in 12th place. I'm not sure that's a huge improvement beyond 6 meters 01. And even if he gained 15 centimetres, he'd be up into 9th place. And actually, if he gained 17, he'd be up into 8th. Good momentum. They have a very strong Paralympics programme, which runs alongside that of Leichtathletics Deutschland. They have the Paralympic circuit very much under their wing. They produce very good books in Germany after each Olympic Games. The 3 or 4 rival companies bring them all out. 5:93 does not improve. So now it's semi-finals time in the men's 200 metres. This the T54. This was not run at London 2012, but the 100 metres was. And this features the silver medalist from Christchurch and the gold medalist, in fact, from Athens 2004. In lane 7, 3 major championship medals for Leo-Pekka Tati. How blistering will the wheels of Curtis Tom be? He's got a very good season's best, 26:14. It's 2 seconds inside the world record. Samuel Carter of Australia, who've seen their medals tally boosted by 2 in the past couple of minutes. Saro Fernandez Lopez of Colombia. Again, a strong season's best, close to his personal best. Troy Davis of the USA. He's 38 years old, but he sets his personal best this year. Leo-Pekka Tati, silver in Christchurch 2 years ago, bronze in Beijing, gold in Athens. What does he get in Lyon? And that's all in the 200 metres, by the way. Not even counting what they've achieved in 100, 400 and beyond. And Sukhum Namlun of Thailand is in lane 8. Zhang Lixin has the world record. It's Tom in 3, Carter 4, Fernandez Lopez 5, Davis 6, Tati 7, Namlun of what our producer has just called Smiland in lane 8. Well, they're away the first time of asking, and it's lane 7 really the one to watch of Tati. And I wonder how long Namlun will be smiling here, because he's already been overtaken after around 30 metres. Tati's looking very strong. It's the first two who go through here, and the next two fastest who will advance to the final. And also for Australia, Samuel Carter is doing very well, but it's Tati who's in the lead here. Now Namlun is coming back, and he's performing really well here. Tati's going to make it. I think Namlun will take second place, and if not, he was just pipped by Curtis Tom there. But no worries about the winner. 25:36 official. And he's on his way. Was really comfortable in the end. He wasn't really exerted. And he shot away out of the blocks very well. But I was impressed by how Namlun, after a slow start, recovered very well. They're still deliberating the photo finish who got second place. They don't have to worry about first. We'll try and see on the line ourselves if it was Namlun on the near side. And even then, I can't tell on that replay whether it was Namlun or Tom who made it. For a while, it looked as if Carter might nick second, but he just fell away in the final 30 metres or so as he was overtaken by lanes 3 and 8. But Tati, very comfortable, has a bit to prove at this distance. They were denied the opportunity at London 2012 because obviously athletics battles with a lot of other sports for airtime, and Namlun got it in second. Could only have been by thousandths of a second because it looked as close to a dead heat as you could get. And we only have the top two decided so far, so it might be a while before we get any kind of caption. It's a personal best for Namlun, by the way.
Let's have a look at the standings in the javelins then at the moment. Reinhard Hamann of South Africa setting a new African record, 47.72. And then it's Dimitri Silovs of Latvia in silver position at the moment. And Jaden Sawyer of Australia, we saw throwing earlier. He's in bronze position at the moment. And let's have a look at the man who's in the lead. This is his 5th throw. South African Reinhard Hamann. His African record, 45.72, is his second of his 4 throws so far. This is his 5th throw. So far, his throw progression has been 44.11, then the best one, 45.72, 43.83 and 44.97. So he's consistent, he's had no throws, and he's the man in gold medal position at the moment. Everyone will have 6 throws of the top competitors, and he will be the last person to throw today. And that is 43.45. So that is no better than his second throw of 45.72. So the javelin, Hamann of South Africa in gold at the moment, Silovs of Latvia in silver, Sawyer of Australia in bronze. And now just the leading competitors will throw again. And that means, first of all, it will be the man in 7th place at the moment, Dusan Gretzel. Now his best so far is 35.37. He's on 830 points. He needs to go above the man in front of him who's on 887 points, who's in different classification, 37. This guy's a 38.
Very interesting thing I've noticed actually with this, Jeremy, is that Union Sekalwe of South Africa qualified for the top 8, but has obviously got injured because he hasn't put out his final 3 throws. And that's the end of his competition. He will finish 8th, and because of that, the man lying in 9th place just behind him, who just missed out, Martin Kukla, doesn't get risen up to have another opportunity.
The interesting thing with Union Sekalwe, the South African, is he also runs in the 100 metres, 200 metres and 400 metres, so maybe he's thought, I'm not going to get a medal here, I don't want to injure myself.
Well, actually, I think possibly he has injured himself, because I'm just going through the results charts. We haven't seen his throw. We've obviously been concentrating on the track. His third throw was 14.78, so I wonder if in the throes of that throw that he did himself a mischief and that's it, he's out.
Could be, we don't know, it's just speculation. He might be saving himself for the sprinting, or he could have done himself a mischief. We don't want to rule him out if he's just being sensible, but there we are, a doubt over Union Sekelwe, who got into the last 8 but did not throw. So next we've got the second of the 3 semi-finals in the men's 200 metres, T54. That's Rashad Al-Daeri of the United Arab Emirates. Has a personal best of 26.74. The guy inside him, 26.72, is Esa-Pekka Matilja of Finland. This is the man to beat, Mark Schuh of Germany, 24.57. The only man in the field to have gone under 25 seconds. Juan Valadares of Venezuela, 25.80, his personal best. He'll be in with a shout. First 2 in each heat get through, and the next 2 fastest. Seen a lot of this guy so far, Kongen of Thailand, 25.06 in the blue. And then Cameron of Australia, 25.97. So it's the first 2 from each of the 3 semi-finals and the 2 fastest losers from those 3 semis. So, on the marks. Holding them a long time. And they're away. Al-Daeri of UAE, Matilja of Finland, Schuh of Germany, Valadares, Kongen and Cameron. And who's going to be starting well here? As they come round, Matilja of Finland in the blue is going very well. But it's Valadares of Venezuela. Kongen of Thailand coming through well here. Just the first 2 are going to qualify. And it's Kongen of Thailand and Schuh of Germany. So Schuh of Germany, a very comfortable qualifier. Kongen of Thailand tucked in just behind him, and both of those had plenty to spare. Schuh and Kongen's time 25.64, but Schuh the winner with a season's best 25.23. So Schuh and Kongen will join the others in the final. Got some good ones going in the next one as well. Kenny van Wiegel, Eric Hightower will be in action in the third of the semi-finals, but a very comfortable run there for Mark Schuh. You'd expect him to qualify easily, and he did. He has the fastest personal best, 24.57, and he didn't really break sweat, nor did Kongen of Thailand. Those 2 very, very steady indeed. Look how low he gets to get that momentum. The German. Mark Schuh, 25.23, a season's best. And all of the competitors know each other really well, just coming together for a chat. Confirmation then of the 2 qualifiers, Mark Schuh, Saishen Kongen, and the rest will have to wait and see if they're going to be a fastest qualifier.
Well, now we're heading back to the men's javelin. This is the F37 and 38, and Dmitry Silovs lies in second place. This goes down to points, by the way, because it's a dual category event, but he's thrown 46.45, which is a season's best for him. That was in the 3rd round. Just seen a reprise of his 6th round throw. 45.21, it had to be further, it wasn't. And it is the silver medal for him, and it's South African gold for Reinhard Hamann, who threw a continental record 45.72 in the 2nd round, and this to round it off. Can he finish with a big flourish here? Well, maybe he can. Got the national record. World record is way beyond 50 metres. But he won't worry about that. I think he's achieved everything that he could have possibly wanted to. Season's best, lifetime best, national record. Continental record as well. 41.99 to round off, and the gold medal is his. Good work for Hamann, and good news for South Africa. So now this is the 3rd semi-final. of the men's 200 meters T54, and it features the silver medalist from Athens in 2004 and generally successful across the sprint categories at T54. Kenny Van Weigel, we'll see him shortly. Nicholas Almers of Sweden is in 2, and Colin Matheson of Canada in 3. The wheels of Van Weigel. Kenny in 4 for the Netherlands. Eric Hightower of the USA, he's in 5. Demba Jarju, you know the name, you know the country, he's from Gambia. Christian Gobe of Cameroon. It's good to see that that team has actually got here, as a few of their neighbours have not. They're in lane 7, and Richard Nicholson of Australia is in lane 8. Good consistency, his season's best is very close to his lifetime best. Turned 43 in the past fortnight. So Almers of Sweden, Matheson of Canada, Van Weigel of the Netherlands, Hightower USA, Jarju Gambia, Gobe of Cameroon, and Nicholson of Australia is on the outside. First 2 to qualify automatically, and the 2 fastest losers. Van Weigel in 4 really should fancy his chances here. Everybody slow off the mark, but Van Weigel has overtaken Hightower in 5 and Jarju in 6 and Gobe in 7 already. And they're only straightening up now, and Van Weigel is well in control here. Almers of Sweden going well in lane 2 as well, and Nicholson's coming up good on this near side, but it will be Van Weigel very easily, and a real race for second, which is going to be taken, I think, on the line by Matheson of Canada ahead of Nicholson of Australia 3rd, Almers Sweden 4, but 2, 3, 4 will have to be divided by a photo. No photo needed for number 1, 25.08. Season's best for Kenny Van Weigel. Best time here across the 3 semi-finals, and it's a championship record as well. Very, very nicely done. And Matheson 2nd, Almers 3rd, Nicholson 4th. The naked eye did work, photo finish not needed. Certainly not for the winner. Kenny Van Weigel just absolutely flew away. And that would be Jarju coming home with a personal best of 33.43 in 7th place. Painting the town orange. Cannot emphasize enough how comfortable that was for him. Championship record puts him in pole position for this. 25.08, the new championship record for Kenny Van Weigel. Matheson 2nd. Almers will have to wait in 3rd, but I think should be okay, but we'll see. And if Almers gets through, then Nicholson would have to as well, and neither of them do. Van Weigel makes it, Shu in 2nd, Tati in 3rd. Sukum Namlun had a personal best, and despite being very close in the dip, Almers and Nicholson, who both could have finished 2nd themselves, finish out of the reckoning altogether and will not be in the final. Tati was easing up. This could be very fast indeed. So the first field final also decided with gold for South Africa. Reinhard Hamann taking that, the men's javelin F37.38, but we are moving now to the men's long jump final. We're in the 3rd round right now, and this is Lenin Cunha of Portugal. Lies 3rd with his first round attempt of 6.73, and it's down to straight distances here. No points. That is huge! That is a brilliant, brilliant leap by Cunha. We've only had one 7-meter jump so far from Dmytro Prudnikov of the Ukraine. Well, that is very close to 7 meters. Surely it is. Sorin Talic of Croatia, 684 in second place. Might not necessarily be the lead, but it cannot be that far away. Glided through. Superb technique. Has he got the distance he wants?
Bronze medalist representing
It's an improvement. 674, but he stays third. Huge, but not enough. Now a couple of medal ceremonies coming up, and this is the men's shot put F52, 53 from this morning. It was a world record in this. And a Greek bronze. Jon Fernandez.
silver medalist representing the United States of America.
Médaille d'argent représentant les États-Unis d'Amérique, Scott Severin.
Silver medal for the USA and Scott Severin. It was a season's best for him, and indeed it was for Fernandez as well.
Hello in the line, because I thought if I spoke to you, I could speak to the other two. So enjoy the shot there. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Gold medalist and world champion representing Lyon.
And it's gold for Latvia, equaling his own world record of 10 meters 23. Aigais Apinis, Philip Craven, the president of the International Paralympic Committee, presenting Latvia a cherished gold.
And it would feel quite appropriate now if they played Happiness by Ken Dodd, the marvellous sing-along tune. I suspect that won't happen. They'll probably play his national anthem, but it would be a marvellous moment if they did. What do you mean you're not familiar with the song Happiness by Ken Dodd? It's a classic.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world champion medalist.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médailles mondiaux.
So Latvian gold. Lithuania represented here as well. Estonia, the third of the Baltic nations, are not here, by the way. They had only 3 athletes for all of the Paralympics last year across the entire London 2012, every sport. Have not made it here. We've tried to find out for you exactly where Jon Fernandez was born. His name certainly is all Greek to me, and if not anyone else.
Once the athletes out of the way from the medal ceremony, we're going to have some more 200 metres action, the T53s. We've got a couple of semi-finals there. We've got some shot put going on and some javelin as well.
Well, it was a fantastic jump we saw a few moments ago before the medal ceremony. It only turned out to be 674, and it looked a lot further than that, which I'm not sure he can quite believe.
We did think that we'd seen Superman fly there, but it turned out he was a bit more Clark Kent. But still his best jump, but only just a little bit better. Another medal ceremony on the way.
This is the women's 200 T36.
Stand by for one of the best smiles of the games.
Representing
charmed us when she waved to us at the start, but it was nothing compared to the sheer exuberance that we saw from this lady at the finish. Bronze for Russia.
Sakib Sedaiva gets the bronze.
Congratulations.
Claudia Nikolaitse with the silver for Germany. Season's best for her as well, 31.69.
And as we enjoy this medal ceremony, just something to look out for later tonight. Around about 7 French time, Johnny Peacock goes up against Richard Brown in the 100 metres T44.
Congratulations.
We saw 10.87 from Peacock, a season's best, and then we saw 10.83, a new world record from Brown.
Well, we have got a smile and a half coming here. Saw it after the final from Jeon Min-jae. A second gold medal for South Korea in these games after Kim Kyo-dae, who denied Marcel Hug in the 800 last night.
And I think she might be up there with Nascimento of Brazil as one of my favourite competitors here, but she's gone the wrong way with the kiss. But she sorted herself out. I think she might be crying already, wiping a tear away. Goodness knows what she'll do when she gets to the Lyon.
Pure joy. That's just, truthfully, wonderful for a new world champion. Good girl, marvellous. Great for South Korea. The first nation ever to host a Paralympic Games that was integrated with an Olympics, 1988 in Seoul. Was not televised, but the next one in Barcelona would be. Albeit only 90 minutes highlights the week after. But they started something big there, and well, you and I know how much has grown.
Just a reminder, you can see all the action from the IPC Athletics World Championships on YouTube. It's all archived for you, so you can pick the events you want to see. You can see a whole session all in one go. There'll be like a 4-hour video. Or you can pick the events. So if you want to catch up, for example, with Richard Whitehead winning his gold medal earlier, just go to paralympicsport.tv anywhere in the world and you can watch that.
Now we're joining Svetlana Stetsya of the Ukraine. She is the last thrower in the women's javelin F52, F53. Everybody gets 6 throws in a row. You can take a brief gap after the first 3. She's down in 7th place at the moment with 7.62. It's Estela Salas who leads for Mexico. 10 meters 75 ahead of Dimitri Korakida of Greece. 10.36, and Esther Rivera of Mexico, 10.04. Salas and Rivera both medalled in Athens and hadn't since, because the categories here were bundled in with 2 others in the 30s, and well, they never really got close to the medals after that, but now they are. This is down to points as well, by the way, because it's a dual category event. Can she rocket back up the table now?
Un concours toujours mené par la Mexicaine Estela Salas avec 10,75 m.
It's 8 meters 27, but stays in 7th place. Basically would need another meter 80 to get into the medals. Just about to have her 5th round throw, which is her penultimate. And it sticks in, which it needs to. When it was the 4-way combined event in London, Christchurch, Beijing and Athens, Salas finished 7th place in London, Rivera 9th, but now they have a great opportunity of getting medals. Only Stetzer can deny them. 8:37. Her personal best set this year is 9:49. And will get her into 4th, and she needs 60 centimeters beyond that. And I think she's expended her energy and she can do no more. She's just flopped back in the chair. And that'll be that. And even if she improves by a meter, that'll be 5th. And perhaps a little bit of satisfaction for her. 7 meters 72, and she finishes in 7th place, and we'll show you the winning throws later because we're back to the track.
It's the men's 200 meters T53 semi-final. That's the lineup. Robert Hunt.
Lane 1, representing the United
Lane
States
1.
of America.
Couloir 1 représentant les États-Unis d'Amérique.
Red of America.
Robert Hunt.
Lane 2, representing Korea.
Couloir 2 représentant la Corée.
Yu of Korea, 27.13 his PB.
Lane 3, representing Kuwait.
Couloir 3 représentant le
This man will be one of the favourites to get to the final. Hamad Aladwani, personal best of 26.5 seconds. Larison of Iceland with
Couloir 2 représentant l'Islande.
the white with the black hat. Personal best 38.70.
Lane 5, representing Brazil.
Silver of Brazil will reckon he'll have a good chance of getting through 26.61.
Pour l'équipe de France,
Nicolas Brignone of France. The world champion Li of China, 25.61 his personal best. Winner in Christchurch 2 years ago. Nice wave from the world champ. And there is Jean-Philippe Miranda of Canada. First 3 will go through, plus the next 2 fastest qualifiers. It's the men's 200 metres T53, the semi-final. First 3 definitely through. Something's just happened there, so they're going to have a relax. We can all take it easy. I was poised to launch into my commentary, but something's happened, and they're just going to have to relax for a little bit, ease back off their marks. You can see Hunt of the USA swinging his arms. There's the world champion. One of the racers was too far forward, and so green cards to everybody, but nobody gets disqualified, which is good. Dreadful to see anyone getting a disqualification for something technical like that. But also, you don't want to see people trying to gain an advantage. So the men's 200 metres, T53, they're away this time. It's Hunt, Yu, Aladwani, Larison, Silva, Brignon, the world champion Lee, and Miranda of Canada. And Lee in lane 7 is absolutely storming round. Silva of Brazil going well as well, and Aladwani of Kuwait in the blue. It's Lee, the world champion of China, in the lead, bringing them home with Silva of Brazil and Aladwani of Kuwait. They're going to be your 3 qualifiers. It's an impressive time for Lee of China, the world champion, 27:39. But that's well outside his world record time by about 0.6 of a second, but he is safely through. Lee of China, the world champion, successfully negotiating that, 26:78 his time. And the other qualifiers, as expected, Silva of Brazil, 27:30, and Aladwani of Kuwait, 27:54. Miranda 4th, 27:73. And those 3 will qualify. Season's best for Silva, 27:30. Personal best for Miranda of Canada. That might be well enough to get him into the final. But we've got the second semi coming up pretty much straight away. But Lee of China did that at an absolute canter. Safely through. Look how comfortable he looks here. Just pushing down on his wheels. And Lee of China, cool as a cucumber in the red, safely through to the final. 26:78, he's the winner. Confirmation then, the 3 that definitely through: Lee of China, Silva of Brazil, Aladwani of Kuwait, Miranda of Canada with a personal best will have to wait, as will Yu of Korea. Second semi-finals coming up shortly with some big names. Brian Seaman of the USA, Brent Lakatos of Canada's in action, and Pierre Fairbank will be the one the crowd will want to win because he's French.
Now we're just going back to the women's javelin. By the way, I was down at the finish line for the closing section of that race, and if you hear this incredible tenor voice, he has been singing occasionally the last few days. He seems to be at crossover where the 200 metres starts. Anyway.
Yes, I've heard that, and I wasn't sure if it was a
Rivera
recording.
of Mexico, 3rd place for her, having done so well in Athens, gold medal there in 2004. Her best throw was 10:04, was her first throw, and that was it, 606 points. The silver medal for Dimitri Korakida of Greece. Her best throw, a continental record, 10.36. European record, gained her 640 points to put her in 2nd place. And the gold medal, well, a lady who did this in Athens in 2004, Estela Salas. 10.75, her final throw, and it won her gold, 680 points. So Salas and Rivera, both gold medalists in 2004, have won medals here. 9 years on, thumbs up. She did well.
You're on the telly, love.
And it was a continental record for Korakida and the silver medal. But Mexico, 1st, 3rd, and 4th. There's consistency. I know it's not recording, it most certainly is a human voice.
So is it a fan who gets excited?
I think so.
Yeah.
With a wonderful singing voice, I would think.
If anyone has any links to that gentleman, we'd perhaps like to get him over, see if he'll sing us a little bit on the world feed for Paralympic Sport TV. Anybody know the tenor?
Now we're going to bring you the situation. The only field event which is currently going on at the moment is the men's T20 long jump. It's being led by the Ukrainian Dmytro Prudnikov. Personal best, 7 meters 15. It's a 1-category event, so it's down solely on distance. Sorin Tadic 2nd for Croatia, 7:07, and Lenin Cunha of Portugal 3rd, 6.74. Ustai Yuzanin of Russia 4th, and Nicholas Hum of Australia currently lying in 8th place, 6:19, which was important for him in the 3rd round as he fouled his first, 6:16 in the 2nd, which would not have been enough to get him into the top 8. Improved it by 3 centimeters, and he squeezed out Francisco Perez Carrera of Spain. An improvement of, we'll say, 15 centimetres will put him up into 5th. It is closely bunched down there.
Just while we're waiting for the mark. Oh, there it is.
6:06.
6:06. Let me just remind you, 7:22, Peacock against Brown. And there's a feature on the Paralympic.org website where they've been interviewing all of the journalists to find out who they think is going to win. And pretty much evenly split. Some have gone for Brown and some have gone for Peacock.
So this is the second semi-final of the men's 200 metres T53. Brian Seaman of the United States is in lane 1.
Lane 2.
Pichet Krunget of Thailand in 2. Bronze medalist way back in 2004 in Athens.
Lane 3.
38 now. Mohammed Bani Hashem, United Arab Emirates, is in 3. Pierre Fairbank of France, been a big hero for the crowds have been here this week. He's in lane 4. For the Republic of Korea, South Korea, Jung Dong-ho, he's in 5. It's a well-matched heat, this. Magdil Fahad of Saudi Arabia goes in lane 6. Not a huge team here, but significance of Brent Lakatos, silver medalist in this, 2012 in London and 2011 in Christchurch in the last World Championships. And for Venezuela, you've already seen his name already. Jesus Aguilar is in lane 8. Well, nicely matched here. Lakatos, decent at this distance. Finished second behind Li Huzhou in London, who won the first semi-final. It's Seaman in 1, Krunget 2, Bani Hashem 3, Fairbank 4, Young 5, Fahad 6, Lakatos 7, Aguiar 8. 27.73 the target for the fastest losers, and they're underway in this second semi-final. Lakatos sailing away in lane 7, past Jesus Aguilar already. Fairbank trying to fly the flag well for France in 4, and Seaman USA in lane 1. Cannot be ruled out either, but it's Brent Lakatos who leads for Canada here and leads very well. Fairbank is getting the decibels up here. Lakatos is going to win it. It'll be Fairbank second. 26.95 unofficial, but Lakatos comfortably over the line first, easing his way through. And I had a feeling there was something wrong with the clock there, because it didn't seem to stop for a second. And it's a new championship record of 26 seconds dead, with the old mark set by Li Huzhou in Christchurch. He just sailed away wonderfully there. Fairbank getting a good reception as well. He just cantered along, was the first 3 to make it, but Fairbank wanted to make sure. And it looked like Young of Korea was there in 3rd place. Seaman is giving it to 3rd, I should tell you. Narrow gap between him and Jung. And it's gone to the American. Means he is automatically through. But just look at the power there in the shoulders and the arms. And Lakatos through for that championship record. 26 seconds dead. It's really setting it up for the final very well. Pierre Fairbank for France, a personal best in 2nd. And Seaman and Jung Dong-ho both given the same time. But Seaman given the nod, and they're both through to the final anyway, as is Jesus Aguilar in 5th.
Man, Lakatos, what a character, what a dude with his beard. Always looks a little bit sort of miserable, doesn't he? Probably just getting into the zone.
Well, this is the 8th for the final. Lakatos leading the way ahead of Lee. And the main battle will surely be between those two. But we're back to the men's long jump. And this for Russia. is Lyon Usjehuzani. 6:47 is season's best in the third round. Has him up in fourth.
So let's have a look at Lyon, see how he gets on here. Leonid Justinian, and that's 6:47 was his best jump so far, the third jump for season's best for him. Now, if he's going to catch Cunha of Portugal, who's on 6:74, he needs to add 30 centimetres. He's making some kind of suggestion, but he hasn't done that.
I think they always know, don't they? It's not quite gone right, and he actually knew that he had broken the plasticine, and that's a foul.
You can hear a bell ringing in the background, which will tell you that there's a Swiss competitor coming out, and it's the silver bullet himself, Marcel Hug, who we'll be seeing in the next race, which is a semi-final for the men's 5,000 metres for T54 competitors.
Lenin Cunha will be going next for Portugal. Fabulous jump in the third round, but he was only given 6:74. Quite an improvement of over 30 centimetres needed, a foot in old language, in order to make it in to silver. And that would break his personal best. It's 6:95. It's gone out to 6:78 this year, 6:74 today.
The man with the Superman curl. Will this be Superman jumping, or will it be Clark Kent? 6:74 to beat.
He's done already very well with 6:74. Has to get the leap right. And again, he's gone out a long way. I think he knows that's only around 6:50. Seemed to use the board well. And he did, he used it perfectly. And he went out well, but did he get the result he wanted? 6:60. I think he pretty much knew from his reaction. Still has to get maybe 30 centimetres out. May have a prospect of showing you the photo finish from the previous men's 200 metres, by the way, because the clock didn't stop at the right time, and there was a certain reason for that. Well, currently doing well for Croatia. It's challenged season's best, 7:07. What can he produce here? Is there an improvement on the way? Here he comes. Oh, it's a little messy, and I don't think it's an improvement, but it's still a very, very good leap. He's done very, very well there. I don't think it's an improvement.
Excitement mounting on the track, ready for the start of this 5,000 metres T54 semi-final with Marcel Hug in action, Richard Coleman, Alexandre Dupont in action as well. We've got these two semis to come, and that's going to be the 5,000 metres. Be a couple of semi-finals.
Well, 6:62, it's actually the least of his attempts so far, and I think it's just because he put the foot down.
So let's just keep you up to date with this long jump. The Ukraine, Dmitry Prudnikov, he's in the lead at the moment. Can he beat 7:15, which was a personal best, his second jump of the day? leading the Croatian and the Portuguese at the moment. Here he comes, Prudnikov. Gets a good leap. That's not better than 7:15. That's around about 6:90, I would say.
Yellow flag you can see there, by the way, is the world record mark, and that was set by Jose Antonio Esposito Pinheiro back in 2005. If you weren't with us earlier, he's largely dominated this since the T20s came back, but he was injured in a different World Championship last month in the Czech Republic, the INAS World Championships for those of intellectual infraction. He is the Paralympic Games and World Champion, but we're moving to the track as Prudnikov did not improve. Now, there's been a series of late changes to the start list in this, so we'll just have to wing this, I fear. Casoli and Iramichi are the first two in this men's 5,000 metres T54 semi-final. And the man with the silver helmet, 2 golds, 1 silver so far this week. The golds in the 10,000 and 400, the silver in the 800 from Marcel Hoog. Next up is Richard Coleman of Australia. Not sure why they've mixed up the start list from the 2 semi-finals here, but that's exactly what's happened.
We were expecting Casoli and Coleman to be in the next semi-final, weren't we? But they've, like you say, they've just thrown them all up and seen where they've come down.
Dupont of Canada, Blichfeldt of Denmark. The great Hong Suk-man of Korea is in lane 7, and this is Ekachai Janton of Thailand. It's very unusual for a start list to change so dramatically shortly in advance of a big race, but that's what's happened here. Anyway, it's the first 3 who go through and the 4 fastest losers. So it's Casoli of France. It'll be a big home favourite here. Bronze 2012, 2011. It's Hiramichi, Hoog, Coleman, Dupont, Blichfeldt, Hong and Janton. The 8 in this semi-final. 3 who'll progress. 9:53, the world record set by Marcel Hoog in his home Switzerland and Arbon Mack in 2010. And he has the championship record as well, which I fancy, if it doesn't go today, will certainly go in the final tomorrow. It's been a good start from the Australian here. Coleman moves out in front. Hoog just behind him. And on the outside, Suk-man Hong. Coleman is holding his own quite nicely for now. Janton trying to make a little bit of ground also. This 5,000 metres, 12.5 laps of the track. And Hoog goes in the inside, and it'll be very much a la the Tour de France peloton. Various riders will have their turn at the front, and with at most 600 to go, perhaps 200, that's when the real racing will begin. But Marcel Hoog, well, he's such a beast, and it's quite unfair to mention his name without occasionally mentioning David Ware, because he's not here this week, and it was, well, really one of the personal battles in London 2012, Hoog and Ware. But Ware is elected to concentrate solely on the anniversary games, which are happening in London next Sunday at the Olympic Stadium, and he's also helping out heavily in the promotion of that too in the coming week.
Now, the thing with Marcel Hoog is, although he's a very, very fast man, he is not a great tactician. He's not a great winner, and that's why David Weir kept beating him. And Marcel Hoog, there was a meeting in Switzerland where in 4 days he set 4 new world records all over different distances. So he's a great man for going fast in world records when he's not challenged. But sometimes in a race like this, when it can get tactical, he's been found wanting, because coming into this championships, even though he's an absolute legend in the sport, he'd only won 2 gold medals.
Well, leading the way here for Australia is Richard Coleman, then it's Casoli of France, and then it's Hong Suk-man of Korea, and Janton Echai of Thailand is 4th, but there's really nothing between them at the moment. There's 10 laps to go, 4,000 metres, with 20% into the race, and there's still quite a distance remaining in this first semi-final, the men's 5,000 metres T54. It was gold for Hoog in the 10,000. And he got into the 400 as well, so you'd have thought 800, good opportunity, but a man who's not actually in this field for the 5,000, Kim Gu-dai, put pay to that with absolutely scintillating finish. Cannot deny that. It's a great victory. And now having his turn at the front is Hong Suk Man, who's a world record holder at different distances here. It's the Korean who's leading them out. Janton, maybe wearing French colours, but representing Thailand. He's second, now in first as Hong Suk Man glides alongside. Marcel Hug goes up into second place, but there's no jostling for position. They're all taking their turn, and very shortly Hug will be in the lead. At least you can assess for the moment whether it's 200 metres or 400 metres, which everybody is having their turn at the front.
Marcel Hug looking very, very comfortable in second place. He's got by far and away the fastest personal best in this, 9:53.05. Nobody else has got in under 10 minutes for this event, but his season's best is a lot slower, 10:15.67. And if you're looking for the best season best, that is still the best of all of them. Richard Coleman of Australia has a good time of 10:09.49, his personal best, but his season's best is much slower than that.
Well, we have an extra viewer here. I don't know Natalia Dannenberg, but I think you do.
Natalia Dannenberg, she's in charge of the social media of the IPC. Am I still your favourite co-commentator, says Natalia, or is Will Downing taken over? Natalia, who's watching this back in Bonn, you are still my favourite co-commentator. Oh, she says, great work, both of you. Thanks very much, Natalia.
Well, that's okay. Pierce O'Callaghan's still my favourite co-commentator, so...
there we go.
We're doing well here. It's still Hug who's in the lead here, by the way. For Switzerland, there'll be 8 laps to go after this.
Cowbells every time he goes past.
Well, there won't be any more because the marksman has just knocked it down to 7 laps to go, but it's Hug who's in front. Coleman remaining in second place, Hong is in third, and then we've got Cassely. All 8 are still well in contention, and really it'll only be in the final 2 laps that it's all decided this.
Richmond Coleman, born in Stavanger actually, in Norway, competes for Australia. Born with spina bifida, competed for the first time at the Athens Paralympics when he won a gold in the men's 800 metres T53.
Slow as always in the first semi-final. It's in the second that we might see an extra little bit of pace. Now we've just had the proper start list dropped in front of us as well, and I'm not sure why there was a correction. Maybe there was a need just to even it out a little better, and that there wouldn't be an unfairly stacked heat in either semi. There's Coleman who's in front here. Hong is second, and now it's Cassely who's third. Hug is in fourth, and they're winding the way round with 6 laps to go. That's 2,400 metres. Coleman has had his turn at the front, and back he will slide.
He had a very busy London Paralympics, did Richard Coleman. He won gold in the men's 800 T53, 2 bronze medals in the men's 400 T53 and 4x400, and he also came 7th in the men's 200 metres T53. So this is a man who competes in events from 200 up to 5,000, so that's quite a range.
Well, now back in the lead is Janton. The crowd are very much enjoying what they're seeing here. Now you can see on the runway, by the way, Lyon Cunha is set to have his final attempt for Portugal in the men's F20 long jump, and we'll show you that later. We've got 5 laps to go here in this first semi-final, and still very much a case of taking turns. Coleman is having his now ahead of Hug and progressing very, very nicely too. Hug will be in front next. Nobody's decided to have a Tatiana McFadden style burst at the front, and probably that's the best way. There's no medals for this. Nobody's going to extend themselves terribly too much. It is the first 3 who go through, and the next 4 fastest losers, so it is possible that 7 of these 8 could make it through. Cowbells are ringing very well here for Hug as he hits the front.
And a few people asking why the first of the semi-finals is always slower than the second. Well, what happens with the second is that some of the competitors think, hey guys, if we all work together, we can get a lot of us through into the final, because we can make sure that our semi is a lot faster, and then collectively they'll all work together, and lots more of them will get into the semi-final because they'll have a target. They'll know what they've got to beat. And the way they're going tactically here with Hook just leading them down the back straight, this is a slow semi-final. So when the draw comes out, the athletes hope they're going to be in the second semi-final. But these guys didn't get that luxury. As they come round, cowbells again, but Hook at the moment tucked in second place behind the Frenchman, Julien Casserly. We were expecting him to be in the second semi-final. Now he's moved out into lane 2, and he's hoping Marcel Hook's going to come through, and Marcel Hook is not coming through. He's saying, no, you stop out in lane 2, and now Hook does come through.
Well, there's 3 laps to go now, and Hook takes the front and looks comfortable, but the real racing has still realistically yet to begin here. Casserly is trying to look comfortable. There's a bit of a move on the outside. Coleman has moved up also. The Canadian is tucked in, Alexandre Dupont right now. Well, Hook might be in a very happy position to remain where he is now. There'll be 2 laps to go shortly, and Hook is precisely where he wants to be, right out in front. Coming on the outside now, though, is Hong of Korea. And Hook remains up there at the front. Casserly second. Now there's 2 laps to go. On the outside is Hong. It's building slowly. The Japanese tucked in inside. Hiramichi is in 4th place. And I'm not sure Hook will be giving way here. But it is the top 3 who go through. And maybe Hook won't mind where he is, as long as he finishes up there.
Marcel Hook, who's already taken the 10,000 metres T54 title on the thrilling first afternoon here in Lyon. The Swiss Silver Bullet cruised home in the last 100 metres to take gold in just over 23 minutes, well outside his own world record, but ahead of Sho Watanabe of Japan and John Paul Campari of Canada. And there's 500 metres to go in this, the 5,000 metres.
And Hook holding his line, holding his position as well in the lead at the moment, but now a challenge coming up alongside from Hong Suk Man. And also further on the outside now is Richard Coleman of Australia as they hit the bell. And now the real racing can begin. And Hook on the inside, Hong Suk Man on the outside. Coleman even further, he's in lane 3 at the moment, trying to get out of the way, trying hard not to be boxed in as Hiramichi of Japan. But it's Hong at the moment, and it's Hook on the inside. It's a good surge up by Janton of Thailand too, and there's a real surge by Casserly of France on the outside. Maybe he might be able to take an automatic place as well in the top 3. Hook is defending his line at the moment on the inside, and Hong won't go away either, and neither will Casserly. And because they've all moved out, it's given an opening for Janton to come through in second place, but Casserly's moving up alongside Hook, and Coleman as well. It'll be those 3. It'll be Hook, it'll be Casserly, it'll be Coleman, and they look to be the 3 automatic qualifiers to me. And Janton wasn't too far away either, but I think he was just pushed back in 4th place. And we'll have to wait for now. It's the 4 fastest losers who go through. That was a really good race actually in the end. Casserly's been given second place behind Hook. Not very much between them in the end realistically. It was only 1300ths of a second. Hook taking it, Casserly in second place. And it's going through the photo finish for 3rd and 4th, but Hook, as soon as he hit the front with about 900 to go, you might have thought that he would have eased away, but he's a real competitor here, Hook. And he didn't want to let go, and he stayed in front pretty much all the way through. Just glided well nicely on the inside. Janton is wearing the French colours, not the French man. And he has been given 4th with Coleman 3rd. Very little between them in the end. Dupont down in 5th. It's a real glide between 3rd and 6th in the end. Realistically, 2nd and 6th. And if you look very carefully, it's right on the axle of the wheel, right in the middle. That is what decides it, and Marcel Hook was the first there. 10:58.74, he's nice and comfortably through to the final. And a shot at a 3rd goal, and you've heard the cowbells, and now you can see them too, and you can see the reason why. Marcel Hook, very, very nicely done indeed. Well, we're not that far from the Swiss border, really, and that's a good reason why there's so many Swiss support here. But Hook is through, Casserly 2nd, Coleman 3rd, And Janton, Hong, Dupont, Hiramichi will have to wait. Blackfelt already knows his fate.
Nice at last to actually see the cowbells. We've been hearing an awful lot of them. There's the confirmation for you of the first semi-final. Extraordinary performer, Marcel Hoog, when you think of all these different distance he does.
Now this is the long jump. And this is Daniel Royer, last effort, 6:24, personal best so far, lying in 7th place, but really would need to improve by half a metre and go well beyond his new personal best in order to get into the medal, so it's 7th place for him. I can tell you while that semi-final was on, there was no change in classification between the top 5. Masamoto remains 5th, 6:33, the continental record for Japan. Zanin of Russia, 6:47 season's best, remains 4th. Cunha still 3rd for Portugal, 6:77. He only improved by 3 centimetres. Again, a really long-looking jump. Talic remains 2nd, 7:07, and he's leapt that twice now. And Putnikov in the lead for the Ukraine, 7:15, and no improvement for Royer. But we should be able to see the climax of that live during this second semi-final of the men's 5,000 metres T54. Josh Cassidy is in this. Le Meunier of France, and Josh George, who's already had a big win here this week. Roger Puigbo Vidauga of Spain. Nathaniel Arkley, our first look at him this week. Lifetime best set this year. He's 18 years old. Kota Hokanui of Japan. He's 40 next year. Lurcher of Switzerland. Josh Cassidy, seen a lot of him this week. The old clan tattoo on the side. He represents Canada. Le Meunier of France. He's 48 years old and has a bit of speeding to get near his lifetime best. Joshua George of the United States and Masayuki Higuchi of Japan. It's the first 3 who make it, and the 4 fastest losers. Marcel Hoog comfortably through in the first semi-final. So around 10 or 11 minutes around the track. It's Puigbo Vidauga of Spain, Arkley of Australia, Hokanui of Japan, Lutzer of Switzerland, Cassidy of Canada, Le Meunier of France, George of the USA, and Masayuki Higuchi of Japan. The first 3 automatically through to the final to join Hoog, Cassidy and Coleman, and the next 4 fastest losers. Well, the cowbell's ringing for good reason right now, but it's Arkley, the youngster of Australia, who's moved through first. Joshua George of the USA, and Josh Cassidy, very easy to pick out with the psychedelic wheels. You'll always know where he is. Trying to hypnotise the opposition, he moves up into 2nd place. Joshua George comfortably in front at the moment. 2 Japanese here, Hokanui and Higuchi.
Josh Cassidy from Canada, from Port Elgin on Ontario. He's won the London Marathon, he's won the Boston Marathon, and just talking about those hypnotic wheels, now this is a man who studied design at Sheridan College, so maybe designed, like you say, those hypnotic wheels to put his opponents in a trance. But it's good for us because it's obvious which one he is as he comes round.
Well, it's wise, it gets some notice, and I'm surprised more people actually don't do that. There's Cassidy, who's very shortly going to take the lead as Joshua George makes way for him, moves out of the way, and Cassidy goes in front. Roger Puigbo Vidauga in 2nd at the moment. Can they try and keep the pace up, though, in comparison to what we saw in the first semi-final, where the pace was somewhat sedate?
And the other Josh in the race, Josh George, an amazing character. At the age of 4, he was playing alone in his bedroom at his family's apartment in Northern Virginia. He fell out of his bedroom window. His bedroom was 12 stories up. Miraculously, he survived, and to the wonderment of the whole world, I think, He went on to thrive academically and athletically. Josh George surviving a 12-story fall at the age of 4.
Well, it's the Japanese who are now beginning to make their move, because up there is Hokanue and Higuchi. But we're going to leave that for now because we've got medals to be decided, and we're in the men's long jump T20 final, and this is Lyon, Portugal.
Okay, let's see what he can do here. At the moment, he is in bronze medal position. Zoran Talic of Croatia in silver, and Dmitry Prudnikov in gold medal position. Cunha asking for the crowd support, gets it, they're clapping. 6.77 his best jump. It was his last jump. He's been getting better, this guy. That looked like a really good one. 6.77. He seemed to be in the air for a long time, but he's come down. I would say that might be round about 6.77. It might be just slightly better. Let's have a look here. He needs 30 centimetres more. He certainly hasn't got that. That's going to be, I would say, just a couple of centimetres better. But he is in bronze medal position, and unless this comes up at more than 7.07, he will stay in bronze medal position.
Well, he's never broken 7 meters in his life, and even if he did that, he would still need to gain a few extra centimeters to go up into second place. So I think that's your lot, Lyon. It will be bronze for you.
Just waiting for confirmation of that, but it is 6.77, exactly the same as his 5th jump. So he gets the bronze. He applauds the crowd. Oh, nice theatrical wave to the crowd from the Portuguese competitor. And now it's the guy who looks to me like he's just wearing a pair of cut-off shorts, because he's from Croatia, Zoran Talic. You can tell he's Croatian with the red and white checks. He's got the white vest on, but the shorts, just to me, do not look like athletic shorts. 7.07 is his season's best. It was his last jump. He needs to beat 7.15, which at the moment Prudnikov of the Ukraine has jumped. So Zoran Talic, his last jump was a season's best. He needs to add 8 centimetres to that if he's going to go and compete for the gold. No, he hasn't got it. That's not better than 7.07. I think we know that. So that means Zoran Talic of Croatia will get the silver medal. Lyon Cunha of Portugal will get the bronze. And the man we're going to see next, Dmitry Prudnikov, with the last jump of the competition, will be confirmed as the gold medal winner. At the moment, he's set a new personal best of 7.15. We'll see him next. Let's just see Talic again one last time. He turns round. He knows he hasn't beaten 7.07. Shakes his head, has a chat with the man in the sandpit, and his shirt's riding up with wear. He's a little bit disappointed. He's waiting for confirmation. 6.88. You've got the silver, Zoran. And disappointment for him. So this is the gold medal winner. He's already confirmed as the gold, but he still has a jump left, which he's going to do. He's jumped 6.83, 7.15, 4.39, 6.69 and 7.14. The second of those jumps, 7.15, was a personal best for him. He's the gold medalist, he's the champion, and now can he go even further? Last jump of the long jump, Dmitry Prudnikov in the T20 final. Big leap for him, and that's around about the 7 metre mark. He's been very inconsistent with his jumps. One of them was 4.39, some of the others were 6 something, but he's had 2 good ones, a 7.15 and a 7.14, and that one looked round about 7 metres to me. He's got the gold medal, whatever. 6 laps left in this 5,000 metres second semi-final. We'll be back with that once we've got the mark here for the gold medalist, Dmitry Prudnikov of the Ukraine. Ukrainians having an absolutely fantastic games, being congratulated by fellow competitors. The Portuguese man, the first over to give him a hug, Dmitry Prudnikov, and his 6.98. So that's not an improvement, but his second jump of 7.15 means that Prudnikov is the gold medalist and world champion.
And it's Ukraine's 7th gold medal of these games. Prudnikov winning 7.15, that personal best, ahead of Talic and Cunha, who just could not wrestle him away. 5 laps to go in this men's 5,000 metres T54 second semi-final. Joshua George is in the lead for the United States. Cassidy He's moved back into third last at the moment, but won't worry about that just yet. Nathaniel Arkley, very much a new name for us, for Australia, is in second place, but he's doing well to stay up there. And the two Japanese are third and fourth at the moment, Higuchi and Hokanui. But it's been very much like the first semi-final. They've been just coasting along, really, taking turns at the front. It feels like it's a slightly faster rate than the first semi-final, but we'll see that a little later on. We'll have 3 laps to go. Group stretching a little bit more than we saw earlier, as Joshua George continues to lead. Arkley second, and the Japanese will be moving up strongly now at the front. Higuchi and Hokanui, and also the Spaniard Pigbo Verdaiga is also on the way up there. And towards the back is Tobias Lurcher. He's been there for a little bit of today. But we've still got 3.5 laps. That's 1,400 meters to go, and the real racing will not start for a little bit later. Japanese are currently positioned second, and a little bit of movement on the outside coming as well, ought to be pointed out. Cassidy we've not seen up in the front for a little while, but Higuchi overtakes his stablemate Hokanui for now. Here comes Cassidy out of nowhere. He was way back in 6th and 7th about 10 seconds ago. Now he's moved up in the outside, up and towards second place, and he's dividing the Japanese for now. It's Japan, Canada and Japan. We've got 3 laps to go here. I'm calling for silence here. I'm not entirely sure why, because there's a race going on at the moment.
If I was you, I would ignore them, because I think we need your commentary. Maybe it's people annoyed by the Swiss cowbells.
Oh, well, I think I'll tell you why. We've got the T11 Javelin starting, which we haven't introduced to you yet, and that is the Javelin competition for athletes who are completely blind. And I don't know who's come up with that idea, but they're completely mad, but why not? We've got 2 laps to go here in this semi-final. And leading the way is Higuchi of Japan, then it's Cassidy of Canada, then it's Hokanui of Japan. That was the first row, by the way, in that competition. We'll introduce them to you shortly. Well, we've got 700 meters to go in this right now, and every time the Tanai ceases and the silence please comes up, it's because of one of the teen categories. But they're really spread out here. Cassidy's going a nice pace in second place. Japan, Canada, Japan at the moment. And Pigbo Verdaiga is in 4th place with around 400 meters to go. And where is Joshua George? He's back down in 5th place at the moment, and surely will have to move up on the outside. He's really boxed in at the moment. It's hard to see what he's doing back there. And also the Swiss Lurcher is back down in 7th place. So here we go. Here's the bell. It's Higuchi who leads. Cassidy is second. Hokanui's third. Pigbo is 4th. And then 5th is Cassidy. And there's a breakaway, and the rest are now being left behind. And it's between these 5 to take the 3 automatic qualifiers for the final to join Hug, Coleman and Cassidy in the decider tomorrow night. Cassidy's very happily in second place at the moment and pushing away at the front. Higuchi now. Hokanui's in 3rd. And sooner rather than later, Joshua George is going to have to move up from 5th place. Maybe he's happy enough. Maybe they've done the calculations. This should be faster, actually, than the first semi-final. But it's going to be Japan 1 and 3 at the moment. And gliding up towards the line. It's Higuchi who'll take this. Real photo finish coming. Hokanui's going to be second place. Japan 1, Japan 2. Canada 3, and that's a championship record as well. Josh Cassidy took 3rd place. I think we're guaranteed the first 5 are definitely all the way through to the final. There's no doubting that at all. 10:22.29 is well inside the old championship record set in Christchurch by Hug, and that's been made official now. Higuchi taking the honours. Hokanui, to me, looked to be in second place, and he was well inside the championship time. Well, the top 5 were definitely inside the championship record. I think it was more than that, to be honest. Higuchi winning and Hokanui in second place. Cassidy in 3rd. He was also 10:22. There's a really, really good call that the first 7 in this semi-final have all made it to the final. George coming through in 4th place. Pigbo Verdaiga in 5th, 10:23. And Higuchi gliding through It's now coming up as a personal best. It is certainly inside the championship record. We'll try and find out the reason why the CR has fallen off for the time being. There must be a very good reason. Or it goes to the machine. Higuchi Hokanui, Cassidy George, Pipo Vidauga, Arkley, Lurcher are all through. And the Meunier was also faster than semi-final one. It's just his bad luck he was in this one. Just his bad luck he fell off the back of the end. It did break the championship record. It's not come up as that. But now, let's show you the women's javelin, F33-34, and this is Mariana Heikkinen. 3 throws all at once, it's being led by Marie Reimer Skrovrunek. It's a points classification to win this, F33 and F34.
She's got a red flag. Didn't make a mark, it went down too flat. They looked for it, she's holding her head.
Means she must get a mark, by the way, in the next one, and there's a good chance she won't be in the final 3 throws. No real surprise, there's a German leading this as the former IAAF World Athletics Javelin champion is the main coach here.
And we've just heard that, talking of throwing events, that Dan Greaves will be joining us later up in the commentary box. Discus Dan from Leicestershire, and he's going to be chatting to us about the game so far. So Marjana Heikkinen wasn't happy with that, but it was too flat. Has to come down on the point, has to make a mark. So the judges have got something to mark, and they had a good old look, but they couldn't find a hole in the ground because the discus, the javelin had come down flat. And she was a little bit disappointed with that. She has 2 no throws. She needs to make a mark this time, so she chucks it up a little bit, and you could see that she went safe there so that it would go up and come down. She shakes her head because it won't be very long, but at least it will get her on the board. And that was a tactical thing that she did there, just to make sure that she got a mark.
Yeah, currently in second place in this for Algeria, by the way, is Benou Messad, who's thrown 17.66. And no sooner do I finish the sentence than she drops down to 3rd, because that was 18.76 for Heikkinen. She goes into second place. Is largely decided on points, but all but one of these F33s. Haven't had a medal ceremony in a while, but we'll change that now. This will be for the men's 200 meters T42, which was another cracking race.
The medals will be presented by the Olympic and Paralympic Partnership Director, PP.
Well, it was the incumbent champion who was scintillating in this. Really good finish from Richard Whitehead.
And by the Vice President of the International Paralympic Committee,
Monsieur le vice-président de l'IPC, Tom Hatcher.
bronze medalist representing Germany,
Médaille de bronze représentant l'Allemagne, Heinrich Popo.
No records set in this, but still a well-contested final. Heinrich Popov, another medal to add to his huge collection. Excellent sprinter and great jumper as well. 100 is more his distance. It's a continental record for Asia in 4th for Atsushi Yamamoto, and also for Oceania, Australasia, for Scott Reardon of Australia, 25.29 in 2nd place. Still have only won 1 gold medal so far in this competition.
representing Great Britain,
Médaille champion du monde représentant la Grande-Bretagne, Richard Whitehead.
And Richard Whitehead wins the gold medal for Great Britain, just as he did in Christchurch and in London 2012. Great work. 24.95 is winning time, and really in the end there was never much doubt about it. Did a really good job, and that was it. Gold medal is his. Britain have their 8th gold medal of the Games. Whitehead pulls it off once more.
And after this, we'll be chatting to a member of the British team, Dan Greaves, who's rooming with Johnny Peacock, so the perfect person to chat to. But first, we've got a bit of an anthem to listen to.
He's a great champion, Richard Whitehead, and he gets another great award.
And let's have a chat now with a member of the Great Britain team, Dan Greaves, discus thrower, joins me now. Discus Dan, how you doing, Dan?
Good afternoon, yeah, great, thanks.
Lovely to see you. I'll shake hands with you again. And just what will be going through Richard Whitehead's mind, hearing the anthem there?
Yeah, I mean, he was stoked. I saw him after his race. I popped back to the physio room, and I think it's just a case of job done for Rich. He had such a great 2012, and to be honest, I think really, you get to this level, world champs, and all you want to do is win. He didn't really care about the time, and the victory was just, solely enough for Rich.
Such a deceptive runner, isn't he? Because it takes forever to get going with his legs coming out really wide, and then suddenly in the second 100 metres he comes storming past.
I know, yeah, I know that because I see him every day at Loughborough when I train. So he comes storming around the bend, and the able-bodied guys really, look up to Rich. And his first 100, he's been starting to work on his start, and I know he didn't get the best of starts, and that was why his time was so slow. But yeah, Rich is a powerhouse in the last 60, and that's when he could really kind of catches up with his competitors.
Yes, Bill Marinkovic, who we've just seen here, by the way, his third round throw in the F11 men's javelin for athletes who are completely blind and who are holding a javelin. This is Vitaly Telech of Russia, 40 meters 89, a personal best for him so far. This is third round attempt, and you'll just see the technique here. The guide will obviously tell him when to release. And that is dipped well. I'm not sure it's a great improvement for him. Annabelle Bayo of Venezuela is in the lead, 43.18. And Telech in the medals as well, and we'll have more medals presented as well shortly.
Dan, it's an amazing event that, isn't it? The blind javelin.
Yeah, I mean, I've done javelin when I was a junior athlete, able-bodied, and throwing it with fully sighted is hard enough, and hats off to them. It's just an incredible feat to throw that far.
You don't know where the line is. You don't know which way you're going.
I mean, yeah, it's just your proprioception as well. Like doing a crossover is hard enough, and to run up to the line and actually give it up your all, let alone not to be able to see where the line is, where the sector is, and how far you're actually thrown. And that's the most deceptive thing. So these guys are incredible.
Are you all right to stay with us for a bit? We want to chat to you about Johnny Peacock because you run with him, and we've just got a victory ceremony coming up.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, you've not got anything to be doing. You haven't got to be anywhere.
No, nothing pressing. No.
Yeah.
Well, what we'll do, if people want to tweet some questions in, they can do it at IPC Athletics, and we'll get them answered. We have another medal ceremony first, though. Men's 100 meters T35. Bronze and a continental record for Henan Barreto of Argentina, 13:21. Really tight in the end for gold, with Yuri Sarak of Ukraine pushed into second for the silver medal.
I've got a question for you, Dan. What are the medals like, and what are the Lions like?
I thought London's were heavy, but these are actually really heavy. I went down to pick mine up, and it was strain on my neck again. I thought London was heavy, but yeah, they're actually really, really nice. Much bigger than medals in the past, which is nice. And I'm really a big fan of the obviously the tape that the lining that comes with it. So that's a nice little personal touch.
Lyon, the Lion.
Yeah, tweet us your questions and
You will answer them on ParalympicSport.tv. Put a hashtag AskDan and a hashtag Lyon2030. Tweet us your questions to AskDan, hashtag of AskDan. He's a Discus Dan on Twitter. Is that right? On Twitter, you're Discus Dan?
Thanks for the call.
Discus Dan on Twitter if you want to follow a medalist for the British team.
Dmitry Safronov, gold for Russia. Men's 100 meters T35, championship record to boot.
National de la Fédération de Russie.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world champion medalists.
So Russia continue their fine week at Lyon 2013. Another gold medal, that in the men's 100 meters. And we have a succession of semi-finals in the men's 200 that will be on the way very shortly indeed.
Just a reminder, we want your questions to Discus Dan. And if you send them to @IPC Athletics, they'll come up on the Twitter feed, @IPC Athletics. Your questions to Dan Greaves, the pride of Charnwood Athletic Club.
So these the progressors to the men's 5,000 metres T54 final. It's been given again as a championship record to Higuchi. He lost it for a few moments. Hokanui second. Hug there as well, but what a really slow first semi-final.
Absolutely. Now let's talk about your event, the discus. How
Yeah.
was it for you?
Mixed emotions, really. Unfortunately, well, my first throw, which was perfectly legal, and the officials were a bit undecided on the actual throw itself and whether I touched the rim. And like hands on heart, like I'd say if I touched the rim, but I didn't, and that would have been a great setup. And
What does that mean? Touched the rim?
well, the circle was you've got a rim with it, and you have to be inside the rim or on top of it is a foul. And they thought I just brushed the top of it, but obviously in that split second of a fast motion of a guy spinning around in a circle, so.
You couldn't just tell them, no, honestly, I didn't. They wouldn't believe you.
I put in a protest, but unfortunately, it doesn't get ratified straight away.
So the first semi-final of the men's 200 metres T37, and this features both the London 2012 champion and the reigning world champion in this. And the latter is Sofiane Hamdi of Algeria. Gold in Christchurch 2 years ago, silver in Beijing in 2008. And he is the championship record holder from Christchurch. Lane 4 for Great Britain. Rhys Jones, season's best, not that far away from his lifetime one. Bronze in Christchurch, Mustafa Mohammed of Egypt goes in lane 5, but missed out in London on a medal in this, in the 200. Gotcha Kugayev is not in lane 6. He's a non-runner for Russia, but they do still have representation from Roman Kapranov, the London 2012 champion in this men's 200 T37. Already seen one Whitehead win today. What about Akil Whitehead for the United States? He goes in lane 8. So we're down to 5 here in the men's 200 metres T37. It's the first 3 who qualify for the final and the 2 fastest losers. It's Hamdi of Algeria in 3, Jones of Britain in 4, Mohammed of Egypt in 5, Kapranov of Russia in 7, and Whitehead of the United States is in lane 8. There's a prospect with Kugayev gone that all 5 in this semi-final could make it through. But Hamdi is the defending champion in 3, and Kapranov, the London 2012 champion, is in 7. Hamdi, Jones, Mohammed, Kapranov and Whitehead are the 5 in this. First 3 will definitely qualify, but what about the rest? Lanes 3 and 7 to watch. Good start by Whitehead, I must say, in 8. Kapranov in 7 also, but Kapranov is catching up well, and Mohammed's going well in 5. They're already tightly bunched at the moment. Jones just slightly falling back here, and it's Hamdi and Mohammed, and there could be a real turn up here. Kapranov is finally fighting back now. Hamdi's going to take this. Mohammed moving up in a second, and Kapranov, well, he was well behind for a while, but he's moving up well, and it's 23.84 in the end, and the 3 who we expected to get through, the 3 previous medalists, have all managed to make it in various orders in the end. Hamdi, Mohammed and Kapranov. Hamdi taking it 23.83 official. That was a fantastic start by Mohammed, absolutely flying as well. But at this stage, Jones had fought back very well up into 3rd place, and Kapranov, the London 2012 champion, was in big trouble, but he fought back very well. Well, they've given 2nd place officially to Gotcha Kugayev, who's a non-runner, so there's no way it could be him.
He'd have done well not to have started and then finished 2nd. I think that's going to be Kapranov.
And Mohammed given 3rd place, Kapranov 2nd and Hamdi 1st.
Dan, do you enjoy watching the sprint?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, that race was really exciting. Obviously, British interest in Rhys Jones.
Yeah, for a while it looked like he might get 3rd, but then just faded away.
Yeah, obviously, you know, the Russian Kapranov looked really strong in the last quarter. So it's a shame for Rhys just missing out on qualification there. But as I say, a season's best of 24.57, which is, you know, it's great to come to these championships and such young guys and perform like that.
Do you get to mix with the other competitors? I mean, with the sprinters mixed with the throwers?
Yeah, it's very different. Like, I've been fortunate enough to be an able-bodied thrower in the GB team, and it's very segregated. But in Paralympic, you know, we're all good friends. So me, myself, Johnny, Richard Whitehead, Scott Morehouse, Ala Davis. So, you know, we've got a mixture of jumpers, throwers and sprinters all in one.
What's your favourite thing about Australia?
I can't really say the beer because I'm an athlete.
Who sent that question in? An Australian?
Yes.
I'd probably say the beaches. Bondi Beach is pretty cool, and Manly Beach. But it'd have to be a recent result, I think. Is that the Ashes?
The Ashes, yeah, that's my favourite thing.
Is the Ashes one of the?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
being 2-0 up in the Ashes.
Yeah,
that
I think
would be
so.
quite
Yeah.
good, yeah.
So and the flag's behind us. So yeah, Catherine Murray seems to think Aussie girls as well.
Yeah.
I don't think I can't say that with my girlfriend over the road. So.
Here's Vitaly Telesh, by the way. It's his 4th round throw in the men's javelin for T11 athletes who are completely blind. I mean, this is quite something, isn't it, Dan?
Oh no, yeah. I mean, you know, the Russians are great. They've got a great pedigree in javelin throwing anyway. But you know, this guy, just even running, like I said before, running up, it's just so hard. But the biggest ability to throw a javelin is obviously use of sight. So.
We can do a swap. We can bring Catherine here, and I'll just go and work for Channel 4 for the night. That'd be good. Probably I'd get the better deal out of that.
So when you're in the middle doing your throwing, and
Yeah.
there's all this racing going on the track, and there's the crowd noise, how distracting is that?
I think like if you let it distract you, it is very distracting. There's obviously a lot going on. There's lots of races, but that just comes with experience. Like for myself, I was fortunate to have my first international in Australia in Sydney in 2000, and that was 40,000 people that were in a 120,000 stadium. So there's a lot of people there, and that kind of for me was a big learning curve, and I think you just got to concentrate on your own competition really, and not really let it affect you, which is hard to do because you want to see your teammates run, and I broke away from my concentration in London to go and congratulate Johnny, but that was like me just watching one of my mates run. So it can be a distraction, but it also could be an advantage as well.
Currently leading in this F11 men's javelin is Annabelle Bayo of Venezuela. 43.18 is best so far. That's the season's best. It's a relatively new event. Still have 2 throws to go after this. It's just like the long jump we saw last night, where the guide is clapping the whole time.
Yes, it's not one person in the crowd sarcastically clapping, it's his guide saying throw towards the clapping sound that I am making.
And then please get out of the way. It's a good throw.
Lots of applause for that one, that's very good indeed.
He's shown good consistency as well, by the way. Around 39.82 all the way to 43.18, so there's not a huge amount between his throws so far, and he's holding a lead of just around 2¼ meters so far over Vitaly Telesh of Russia. And Bill Marinkovic, who's a regular medalist in these events, he's in 3rd place. But I was 35.52, so Bayo, well, he remains in the lead, but there's no improvement.
Now that's some job, isn't it, being the guide? Someone who, if you're going to clap, Dan, and then someone's going to throw a spear at you.
Yeah, it must be quite daunting to have someone, hurling down the runway towards you. But that's, that's their, they're like their second brain. If you get, they rely on their guides heavily. So
we've got another event on the track. Just a reminder, at IPC Athletics, tweet your questions for Discus Dan.
Now, this is the second semi-final of the men's 200 metres T37. We've seen Fanny van der Merwe, gold medalist Beijing 2008. This is Andrei Vdovin. Did very well in the 100 for Russia. They already have one representative definitely in the final. Next up is Andrei Onyefrienko of Ukraine. He's in lane 5, so it's a good draw for him. He's alongside the bronze medalist from London 2012, which will be a big help, the Venezuelan Omar Monterola. They've got one of the biggest squads from South America here, biggest outside of Brazil, I would imagine, for France. Alexandre Boukalifa. And the big supports for him, no doubting that. Another man we saw in the 100 metres as part of a really decent Dutch squad here. Jelmar Bos is in 8. So the target time is 24.57 from Rhys Jones. He's the fastest loser so far. Van der Merwe is the world record holder from Maputo in Mozambique back in September 2011, off second half of that year. January, the World Championships have been on in Christchurch. So it's Van der Merwe in 3, Vdovin in 4, Onyefrienko in 5, Monterola in 6, Boukalifa in 7, and Bos is in lane 8. First 3 definitely qualify. Next 2 will have to wait. Well, they're away first time. Van der Merwe in 3, looking very strong, and Onyefrienko also going well for the Ukraine in lane 5, and Monterola for Venezuela. Well, he's overtaken Boukalifa in 7 and Bos in 8. Well, this is a very good start for Van der Merwe and Vdovin alongside. Monterola's holding up well in 3rd place, and it'll be those 3 who'll make it. Late surge to the line, wins up for the Ukrainian. Onyefrienko takes that, Monterola 2nd, Van der Merwe 3rd, and Vdovin 4th for Russia. Well, you'll just have to hold on a few seconds there. It was Vdovin who took that for Russia. Onyefrienko is the man who finished down in 4th. Monterola, Van der Merwe, 2nd and 3rd are definitely through. Vdovin, no real problem there. Onyefrienko was falling back. It's just the fact that neither the Russians nor the Ukrainian are wearing their normal national singlets, but it was the Russian who won it. Vdovin, Monterola 2nd, and Van der Merwe in 3rd. And Onyefrienko might just have made it as the fastest loser.
Let me just ask Discus Dan about that. Discus Dan Greaves with us. The Russians are wearing all sorts of different coloured vests. I saw someone in purple earlier.
Yeah, I know. I noticed that. There's lots of tracksuits, all different colours going around, and obviously Team GB, and they've got a set outfit that they have to wear throughout the championships. And whether this is from past championships that they're wearing, I'm not quite sure.
There's the photo.
Well, I don't recall Russia ever wearing a singlet like that at any international championship before, be it IAAF or anything.
It's a bit too...
Especially in Mizuno as well. Normally they're Nike at major championships. So.
Well, it's Vdovin who goes through, Monterola 2nd, Van der Merwe in 3rd. And Onyefrienko is still waiting to see if he'll get a small cue. There's a big headwind as well, managed 1.5. 23.94 was the winning time. And Rhys Jones is definitely through as the fastest loser.
Oh, well done.
This is Bill Marinkovic of Austria. His penultimate attempt in the F11 men's javelin, which is a really incredible result. Really incredible competition and has to be seen to be believed. He's got up into third place. We've seen him medal quite a lot in this event, which doesn't always be held every competition.
So they're throwing into a strong headwind here. What effect does that have?
We see javelin throwers like a good tailwind. It's almost like the dynamics of the javelin. It kind of it gives it an extra push if you can kind of get me as you're pushing it into the air. Where as discus throwers, we like a headwind.
So you like to throw into the wind?
Yeah, because the discus is shaped a bit like an aeroplane wing, so it takes off.
Yeah.
So that's the best thing for it. But javelin throwers, they get a good push on the jav, so it gives it that extra few meters.
He didn't like that headwind. 33.59 was what happened to him there. A few people are asking about you being in Team GB and the IAAF. You were under 20s in Team GB, was it? How are you in both?
Yeah, I've been fortunate enough to, obviously throw discus, able-bodied as well, and that's how I started. And then I crossed the divide into disability sport at a young age. Went to my first Paralympics, but still trained able-bodied, and then got my first GB junior vest.
So you did like Oscar Pistorius in reverse?
Yeah. So you
went the other way.
You could say that, yeah. So I went to many English schools as an able-bodied kid, and kind of just progressed, and that's what. How I got into disability sport, and now we just solely focus on the 1.5. So there's different weights in able-bodied, and obviously the 1.5 that I throw, and that was what was affecting us. And we're solely focusing on this now. So.
What's it like in the athletes' village?
Was this in London?
Yeah, no. I mean here. There's not really a village here, is there? But there's everyone comes together to eat, and there's all the little tents where people get the wheelchairs fixed and things. That's a foul, by the way, for the Russian.
Yeah, I mean, like down here, they've got a lunch area, and they've got all the obviously the mechanics and the ITC and the call room and stuff.
Do the Team GB guys eat there? Because I haven't seen many of them there.
No, well, quite a few people. We're staying in the centre of town, so there's quite a few nice little bistros that we've been hanging out at and just kind of chilling out. And we've got some food there, so we're looking fortunate to step in a really nice hotel.
Bayo of Venezuela currently leads this men's F11 javelin for Venezuela. 43.18 in the second round. It's quite a weapon. And the guide will slip out of the way and will give the cue. That's a great throw. That is a very good throw, and that's surely an improvement. World record is beyond 50 meters, and it's not beyond that. That was a few years ago now from Bill Marinkovic, who was the reigning world champion from Christchurch 2 years ago. Won this in 2006 in the previous championships in Assen in the Netherlands, and also won this at the Paralympic Games in Athens in 2004. So he's a past master, Marinkovic, but it's been mastered today by Bello. That's 44.71. It's a new season's best, and he's further in the lead.
Well done, fella. People asking what you think of Lyon.
Lovely, yeah. It's really nice. We were up in Bourges 3 hours away in a holding camp, and that was nice. But Lyon is a lovely city. Like it's really obviously really warm, which helps, and it's just really cultural as well. Like we obviously fortunate enough to go to many nice cities around the world, but it's nice to come somewhere where we might never come before.
And it's got a very pretty centre, I believe.
Yeah, very pretty. Lots of nice bistros, and the old town part is really cultural as well.
And I say I believe because we haven't been there yet, Will, have we? Because we're stuck in. We leave the hotel at 8 in the morning, we get back at 9:30 at night, and in between we commentate for 8 hours.
Yeah, it's the men's 200 metres T38. It's the first semi-final. Alexander Pankov of Belarus is in lane 3. This is Kyle Whitehouse of Canada in 4. Now he pulled out of the field final halfway through, and this is why. Unyan Sakalwe of South Africa, fit and okay, obviously a slight twinge, and elected then to concentrate solely on this for the rest of the evening. Lee Whiteley of Britain will be well supported, and Evan O'Hanlon Well, he's going for yet another double here, having done the sprint double in London and Christchurch and Beijing, where he also won the relay. 3 golds there. He's got the 100 gold here, and now looking for yet another double for Australia. Evan O'Hanlon.
And I want you to watch this closely, Dan, because we're going to get you to do the analysis at the end. You're going to be the Alan Hansen of this sprint race. Discus Dan's going to do the analysis.
No pressure.
So watch closely what happens.
It's the first 3 to go through and the next 2 fastest losers. And with only 4 in the second semi-final, increases the chances of those here. It's Pankov of Belarus in 3, Whitehouse Canada 4, Sakalway of South Africa in 5, Whiteley of Britain in 6, and Evan O'Hanlon of Australia in lane 7. He's the world record holder, he's the championship record holder as well, and maybe the latter might be under threat here, depending how he fancies giving this a shot. 21.97 his season's best. So it's lane 7 to watch for Australia. Evan O'Hanlon here, sailing away very well at the moment. Sakalway also really beginning to struggle, and Whitehouse for Canada moving up, but it's all about Evan O'Hanlon here. He's well out in front. Lee Whiteley going well in second place for Britain, and Whitehouse up there for Canada too, but it's got to be Evan O'Hanlon, and he's easing up in the line. Second was Whiteley, 22.78 the time for Evan O'Hanlon, and he still has a lot more in the tank, there's no doubt about that. O'Hanlon taking it, Whiteley in second place. They're both through, and both very easily through as well.
So we've got the slow motion replay. Let's get expert analysis from Discus Dan.
I was actually really impressed with Lee. Actually, he looked really controlled in the last quarter there. Looking around, obviously Evans, really got high knee pattern. Lee just looking around there, and crossing the line, both looking really comfortable and way ahead of the others who were pushing for qualification.
Absolutely, Lee Whiteley 23.20. He'll be pleased with that, and that means that he's qualified. In fact, it's a European record.
Yeah, oh, that's great. Lee will be chuffed with that. That gives him great confidence. I know that going into the 100, he wanted to do something special, and unfortunately just got pipped. So that will give him a big boost for the final.
Is he a nice lad, Lee Whiteley?
Yeah, he's sound. Yeah, he's really nice. Like he just grafts away and just gets on with it. So his first championships, and hopefully he can produce something in the final.
So confirmation there of the 2 qualifiers.
So it's the final throw of Contreras of Colombia in the F11 Javelin, and his best so far is 36.27. It's a personal best, but that doesn't look as if it's going to test the medals, especially as it's a foul, so that's the end of it for him. So we know who our medalists now, just have to work out which order. And Marinkovic, who's a regular gold medalist in this, well, it's going to be a bronze this time for him. And he does compete in the other events as well, like the discus and the shot for F11 for athletes who are completely blind. The javelin really is an experience in itself. One final urge from him, but no final surge. 35.53 remains his best. That was in the first round, and it will be bronze for Marinkovic. And now only Vitaly Telesh of Russia can deny the Venezuelan Bayo the gold medal.
Let's keep the questions going to Discus Dan. We have to fit them in between these races. What's been the highlight of your career, Dan?
Good question. I think obviously London's right up there. I've still got to say Athens, because I won in Athens and broke the world record with my final throw, and that always sticks in my mind. I think that'll ever be beaten unless I win in Rio. And
you going to Rio?
Yeah. We've got a long life. Long life. So,
how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm only 30, so for a thrower we peak around 34, 35. So I've got another cycle in me.
So by Rio, you might be quite good.
Yeah, well, I can hopefully add to the medal collection, that's for sure.
So the gold medal is being decided here. Vitaly Telesh of Russia, last throw. 40.89 is best so far. And that is well out. And the judges just had to make sure that wasn't going to go in their direction. He really unshackled himself. Much more reckless throw, and it means it's Venezuelan gold for Anibal Bejo. Good victory, 44.71, and 1 throw to go. Telesh, the silver for Russia, and Marinkovic, the bronze for Austria.
And you mentioned London. I guess that was fantastic because it was in front of your home crowd.
Yeah. I know there was lots of people coming back to me saying, don't feel nervous. It was really exciting, and I didn't feel an ounce of nerves. I was just really, really excited. And I think it was just nice just to see the passion that came through on the crowd. Like, Beijing was a completely different experience. It was quite fierce. The atmosphere was very... I don't think they really understood Paralympic sport as much as the Brits do. They were a bit more clued up with obviously having the Paralympic World Cup each year. So it was great.
It's the second semi-final of the men's 200 metres T38. Tim Sullivan, gold medalist in this in Athens in 2004. He's in 3. Dean Boyce, silver medalist in London 2012. He's in lane 4. Mohamed Chida of Tunisia, silver medalist in Christchurch at the last World Championships 2 years ago, and again in Athens 2004. He's in lane 5, finished second behind Sullivan. And Edson Pinheiro of Brazil, peaking this year. Lifetime best of 23.60. He is in lane 6, and there's only 4 in this. So if it's a fast one, they have a chance of all getting through. First 3 will make it. It's Tim Sullivan in 3, Dean Boyce in 4, Mohamed Farhat Chida of Tunisia in 5, and Edson Pinheiro of Brazil is in lane 7. Second semi-final of the men's 200 metres, the T38. .22.78, the winning time in the first semi-final for Evan O'Hanlon. Sullivan, Boyce, Chida, Pinheiro in the 4 middle lanes. Well, they're away. First time, Sullivan in 3. But Boyce in 4 is looking a lot more impressive, and he's taking the stagger away on Chida and Pinheiro also. Pinheiro's going well for Brazil here in 6. Boyce in 4. Boyce and Chida. Sullivan trying to fight back. The veteran to get into the final. It's going to be Dean Boyce. It's going to be very fast here. Now he finally eases up. Pinheiro coming through in 2nd. 3rd was Sullivan, 23.59 unofficial. It was a decent time in the end, but it was a really good performance by Dean Boyce. And he makes the way through, the silver medalist from London last year, ahead of Chida 2nd and Sullivan 3rd.
Now the question most people want to ask Disco Dan is who's going to win, Johnny Peacock or Richard Brown? It's the big race. It's coming up at just after 7 Central European time. You room with Johnny Peacock, don't you?
Yeah. You know, obviously I've got to back my boy Johnny. I know the ins and outs, so I know that he's in shape to run a very fast time tonight. Yesterday he eased up a little bit, and he still ran 10.87. Obviously, Richard looked like he was going for it and wanted that time. So how much that's taken out of him, I don't know. You know, how much confidence that gives him going into the final. I know that we're going to be expected for fireworks tonight, but I know the confidence that Johnny's got in his own ability. So hopefully we can see a 10.7 run.
So Boyce makes it 23.58. His winning time. Pinheiro and Sullivan 2nd and 3rd. But did Chida make it to the final as well? No, he didn't. Fastest losers, Whitehouse and Pankov from the first semi-final. Evan O'Hanlon, fastest of the bunch, 22.76. And a European record and a new Great British record for Lee Whiteley in 2nd, 23.20. A great British record.
And as Johnny Peacock's roommate, did he get a good night's sleep last night, or were you snoring and keeping him awake?
No. Yeah, you know, Johnny's a bit of a night owl, so he'll stay up till 11, maybe half 11, and then he'll have a lie-in. So because the timings of the finals and the semis are late in the afternoon, so he gets a nice lie-in. But last night he was full of beans, you know, after his race, so he got plenty of sleep.
And this is Bayo's winning throw for Venezuela. He'd already won it before this, but his last throw was as long as 46.17. It's a new South American record. And he gets the gold for Venezuela.
And Richard Brown, he's obviously a great competitor, isn't he? Johnny, you know, sort of laid down the mark. Richard Brown said he'd like to knock Johnny Peacock off his pedestal. And then we saw him set a world record here. So, I mean, Brown is gunning for Johnny, isn't he?
Yeah. I mean, it's a great rivalry that I think will obviously go the whole hog. And like I said, we'll see who wins tonight. I think really, you know, if he's obviously put his performance where his mouth is, and that semi-final. I just hope that he's got enough left in the tank to beat Johnny, because I know he's feeling fresh. And when I got back last night, he wasn't even fazed by Richard's run, because I think he's potentially a 10-7 runner, and that's what I like about Johnny. He's very, solely focused. He doesn't shout his mouth off. He keeps himself to himself, and then he produces the goods when it's needed. So hopefully he can control his nerves and execute the race that I know he's capable of, and hopefully see a rapid time and a world record.
And following on from London 2012, have you seen growing interest in Paralympic sports?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we talked about legacy beforehand, and this year has just been incredible. There's been so much more interest. Sponsors coming in. There's been more media, but then there's also been great legacy in clubs, and we've seen probably the highest rate of disability athletes coming through national ranks, as well as people actually getting involved with the sport. And that's the main thing, really, is getting as many competitors as we can, so we can find the next Johnny Peacock or Richard Whitehead or Hannah Cockcroft, and for the other countries, I think that's important for them as well.
We're just going to go to this medal ceremony. When we come back, I'll give you some time to think about this. The question will be, what's your favourite moments so far in Lyon? I want your top 3 moments. Have a think about that. Thank you. Discus, Dan Greaves.
Great final of the women's 800 metres T54, and the gold rush continues for the eventual winner of this, Edith Wolf of Switzerland, with a new personal best time, which is not too shabby. Picks up the bronze medal from Craig Spence of the International Paralympic Committee. Silver medal also for Switzerland from Manuela Schaar. Continental record for Europe. 1:47.70 and a new Swiss national record to boot. Strong Swiss team here. They'd 3 finalists. But so far, a woman who simply will not be beaten. Her 3rd gold medal of the week, 5,000. Then the 200. Now the 800 for Tatiana McFadden. Her sister had a personal best in 7th place. World record, 1:44.44, breaking the 5-year-old mark from Beijing 2008 from Chantal Petitclerc. So the record moves south.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise.
Gold again
For the national
for
anthem
Tatiana
of the
McFadden.
United States of America.
Mesdames et messieurs, merci de
Getting used to hearing this now for her.
pour l'hymne national des États-Unis d'Amérique.
3 done, 3 to go.
Land of the free and the home of the brave, and one of the bravest of all of them is Tatiana McFadden. Born in Russia, spent the first few years of her life in an orphanage, had to walk on her hands until the age of 6 because they couldn't afford crutches, and then her mum came and adopted her and took her back to America. Grew up in Maryland, and her and her sister we've seen in a race here today. Dan, you've met Tatiana McFadden. She looks like a slip of a girl to me, but you say she's got big old muscles.
Yeah, I mean, she's nicknamed the Beast, and I met her in 2011, I think it was, at the US trials, and I just couldn't believe the muscle tone. I know these girls that push hard, and you have to be slight and fast in the chair, but her actual definition and her actual size of muscle was really impressive. So yeah, I mean, obviously that's why she's so good, is just because she's got a huge power to weight ratio, and obviously she's doing a bit of a clean sweep there. I can see that she's
going for 6, isn't she?
Yeah, she's going for 6, and she's got 3 already, I think.
Yeah. Marcel Hoek was going for 6, but then he got a silver.
Oh no!
So that's disappointment. Now you got a silver, didn't you? Up against in the discus here.
Yeah.
Up against Jeremy Campbell.
Yeah, I mean, like silver's, not to knock silver. I was obviously frustrated with my competition, but to come here and get silver is such a high level of competition. So
especially against Campbell, who's such a great competitor.
Yeah. I mean, he's my big rival. Obviously, it's a tough pill to take when your rival beats you, and I'm a defending champion. But the best thing really is that my championship record stayed intact. So hopefully we can go on and train hard for Doha in 2015.
Why do you think it didn't just go right for you here?
I think just a matter of things, really. I think I'm in great shape, and hopefully I'll show you that at the anniversary games on Sunday. It's back in the Olympic Stadium, and I think really had that official not called that so-called non-legal throw that was legal, then I would have been 58, 59, because I would have been unsettled and been a bit more relaxed. So it's just one of those things that it's sport.
We'll ask you about the anniversary games, but let's just go to this medal ceremony.
Madison de Rosario with her first major championship medal, the bronze in the women's 800 metres T53. And it was Australia bronze and silver in this because Angela Ballard just pipped her young colleague for the silver. Well, they both managed to get up and knock the 3 Americans in the final down into 4th, 5th and 6th, Riley, McClammer and McGrory.
Gold medalist and world champion representing the People's Republic of China.
It was a championship record in the semi-final. Now a gold medal for the Chinese Zhu Hongjuan. Two good finals, real blanket finish that was. It was only 1.2 seconds between the top 6. Really narrow margin at the end of 800 metres. Australia got a great double reward for de Rosario and Ballard, but the gold for China and for Zhu.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world champion medalists.
So victory for China, and they get the gold this time in a great performance from Zhu. Ballard into Rosario, 2nd and 3rd.
Now the Chinese anthem we heard there, we've been chatting up here as to which anthem we prefer. I particularly like the Russian, the French, the Italian's very jaunty. Do you have a favourite anthem?
Yeah, actually, the Italian one yesterday is quite jumpy. I really like that. We weren't dancing to it, but there's Italians round us yesterday, so we joined in with them in the celebration for their athlete, and it was really jolly. I'm a jolly anthem.
Now let's take a quick look at the women's javelin F33 34 final. This is Birgit Kobe. And the reason we're hearing the fanfare is because of this throw. 27 meters 45, a new world record for Birgit Kobe. Only joined the Paralympic ranks due to a medical accident 2-3 years ago. Really strong athlete. Won gold in Christchurch in 2011 and London 2012. So let's take a look at her third throw live to see if she can do it again now that we're all watching it. And the little yellow flag there is a new world record mark. The old one she held from London 2012, 27:03. 27:45 first time round. Wonder if she's done it again, do you think?
Great smile there.
Look far.
It's nice to hear the Star Wars music, isn't it, whenever there's a record?
I know one of my friends, I'm a bit of a Star Wars geek, but one of my friends said, oh, it's great that they've got the Superman Superman song going on in the background, and I was like, no, that's definitely Star Wars.
So while you're here, Dan, obviously the obvious question, which do you like, the old Star Wars, the original films, or the remakes, the Phantom Menace and stuff?
I'm a New Hope kind of guy. Like, I really like the old school stuff. I think it's got a great edge to it. I love Phantom Menace was a great one of my favourites. But yeah, I like the old ones.
Harrison Ford and all that.
So just some great scenes in those kind of movies, and for the type of cinema that it is, it's fantastic.
So those are the standings in the Javelin. I'll let you read those yourself while I just chat to Dan. You've got the Anniversary Games coming up. Just explain to the world viewers what the Anniversary Games is.
Yeah, well, Sainsbury's are putting on a series of events this weekend, starting with the Diamond League on Friday, Saturday, and then we've got an opportunity to compete in what they're calling the Anniversary Games, and that's basically like a showcase Paralympic event. That's because obviously it took off last year, so there's a sellout crowd going to be in the Olympic Stadium, and it's just going to be
back
fantastic.
in London for the first time that stadium will have been used for a big event again.
Yeah, and I believe it'll be the largest crowd that a Paralympic event has ever seen. Obviously, outside of the Paralympics, this is just put on solely like a Grand Prix kind of styled event, with some of the biggest names, obviously Brits being like Hannah Cockcroft, Johnny Peacock and Richard Whitehead, and you know my Discus is in there, which is great, so that means that I'll be able to try and get one over on my rival Jeremy Campbell back in that stadium. And
pictures here of inside the stadium here, and this is a 5,000 capacity, 80,000 at London's Olympic Stadium. That must be phenomenal with those so many people there.
Yeah, I mean, that night I was competing on Thriller Thursday, and you know, it's a spine tingling. Some people said, how did you cope with the noise? But it was just such an inspiration, and to know that there was 80,000 Brits in there, and we know how to throw a good party, and it was just the icing on the cake, really. I wish I could have performed a little bit better for them.
Now, what about your top three moments here at Lyon?
I'd have to say, on a British perspective, is Sophie Hahn coming through the ranks. Only 15. She got silver yesterday. Goes in, I think, second fastest in the 100. So hopefully that she can pull it through the bag. And then the Brazilian, I watched the T46 yesterday. He was just inspirational. He did the cartwheel. He won in 2011 when I won in the World Champs. And
Nascimento.
Yeah, that's it. I'm sorry, I completely forgot his name.
He did a cartwheel with no hands.
Yeah, it was just unbelievable, and just an absolute rapid time.
He was the fellow at London that won the gold, and then live on Brazilian television asked his girlfriend to marry him.
Oh wow!
Yeah, and she did say yes.
And then the third one, I guess it has to be my mate, Ala Davis, obviously double world champion now, which is great. And
wasn't that brilliant?
He just works really hard. Got a bronze and obviously gold in the discus in London.
Okay, we're going to leave it there because we've got a brilliant final, the blind final for the women, the T1100 metres.
Yes, 3 from Brazil in this, and they all regularly medal, particularly the lady in lane 3. Paralympic Games, 2 gold, 1 silver, 2 bronze. She's already won the 200, both here and at London, and in Christchurch, and in Beijing. So it's asking a lot for Esperança Picasso of Angola to break the Brazilian dominance here. Could very easily be a clean sweep. Isaac Vieira Adao is
look at the blindfold.
Strawberries for Teresina Guilhermina, Brazil, and Guilherme Santana, the guide.
She's had all sorts of blindfolds on. We had a boat and some cars yesterday, but it's strawberries today.
Celebrating already. Jerusa Santos in lane 5. Again for Brazil. Luis Enrique Silva is slightly more reserved. And Julia Santos is in lane 7 with Fabio de Oliveira, her guide. Bronze on the 100, London 2012. Jerusa Santos silver in both the 100 and 200 in both London 2012 and Christchurch 2011. Guillemina holds the world record and the championship record and will be in the mood in the Lyon sunshine to do something special again. Only Gicasso of Angola can prevent a clean sweep. Only Gicasso and a pair of Santoses can prevent Guillemina from adding another gold medal to the collection. T11 for complete visual impairment. Women's 100 meters final. Gicasso of Angola in 1, Guillemina of Brazil in 2, Santos, Brazil 5, Jerusa Santos in 5, Julia Santos of Brazil is in lane 7. It's lane 3 that we'll all be watching. This could be very fast. Gicasso, Guillemina, Jerusa Santos, Julia Santos. Oh, Gicasso went too early, the only non-Brazilian in the field. They'll be generous, because really you can't be too unkind in a situation like this. You'll take notes of the class of final it is.
What sort of nerves would these sprinters be going through, Dan Greaves?
Well, it's a long time since I sprinted, but you know, I can only equate it to what I do in the circle, and you know, it's nerve-wracking. This is your chance to shine, and you want to do it so badly, and nerves mean that it means something to you. So,
do you ever get the twitches?
Yeah, I had it on Sunday. It just means that you want to do so well, and it just butterflies, and you just have to try and control them. It's really hard at times. So she obviously just wanted to get the perfect start and just went a bit too early, or got unsettled in the blocks, and that's a massive shame if he gets DQ'd, which looks like...
That's red!
Oh, it's a red.
And she's gone. And I think that's the first red card we've seen on the track in this entire week, and it's going to be Brazil 1-2-3, and it's in very unfortunate circumstances. Well, you have to wait for the gun.
It seems a bit harsh, doesn't it, Dan?
Yeah, you know, it looks like she was just a bit unsettled as she got there, and you know, it's the rules at the end of the day. Fair dear to IWF rules, and it's a harsh rule, you know, in the circumstances. And yeah, she looks like she'll be devastated, which gives Brazil a clean sweep.
Well, she's being applauded away, and well, it's the interpretation of this rule that has seen her eliminated. So we know where the medals are going, and it's all going to the one place, but in which order?
I think it's going to that lady with the strawberries. She was phenomenal in London.
So Teresina Guillemina of Brazil, a real leading light at this level. Guillemina, Santos and Santos are the 3 left in this women's 100 meters T11 final. Gicasso of Angola, full starting and eliminated. Guillemina in 3, Jerusa Santos 5, Julia Santos, lane 7. This time we're away, and Guillemina started very strongly. Santos and Santos trying to keep up, but it's Guillemina all the way, and it's Guillemina against the clock. Is she going to break her world record? It'll be another gold, definitely. 12.17. It's very fast. It might be rounded down to a new championship record, but Guillemina does it again. Does the double. It is a season best at least. 12.16. Jerusa Santos was second, and Julia Santos was in third, but she was really away here with Guillaume Santana alongside. Really great praise. It helps to have a proper international class athlete alongside. It's a great partnership between the two, and he eased up, let her through, and that was it. Jerusa Santos took second place. Julia Santos the bronze, but well, it was Brazil 1-2-3 in the end. Very unfortunate what happened to Gicasso, but she just absolutely flew away and wasn't going to be stopped. And it was a sweet taste of victory for Teresina Guillemina there.
The lady with the strawberries, and actually it's more ornate than even that. She's wearing the blindfold with the strawberries on, and then she's got little red sequins, so they sparkle. Very nice, Dan. I don't know if you like that style. Is it something you would consider?
It's very fashionable, you know, very up to date. So I guess when you customise your own blindfold like that, it draws attention. And I know she's a very charismatic figure in the Paralympic sport movement.
Do you get to know people from other countries that are in the sport?
Well, my great friend Libby Clegg obviously competed in a similar class in London, so The Brazilians obviously know Libby being a T12 athlete, and we do try and get to mix with most of the countries, really. I mean, make great friends from other countries, which is great, really.
So the results of the women's 100 metres, Guillermina 12.16, slight headwind, nothing much to write home about. In terms of the conditions, Jerusa Santos second, Julia Santos third. Brazil, Brazil, Brazil. Thank you very much.
And Dan, from what you've seen of the Brazilians, what sort of games are they going to put on in Rio?
Well, it looks like they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. You know, they're obviously putting a lot of time and effort into going and finding these athletes, and just like we did ahead of London, they're going to have a successful games. You know, I've heard the Brazilian anthem quite a few times now, and you know, I think that's only going to grow in the next 3 years that we've got until Rio.
Absolutely, not long now till Johnny Peacock's on, in less than half an hour's time. How will he be feeling now?
Well, I just imagine he'll be a little bit nervous. Just imagine he's doing his warm-up, or you know, he's there or thereabouts, and you know, I think he'll be getting his game face on now. You know, it'll be nice and relaxed at the hotel before, but I think, you know, this is real now. And,
how soon would he come here from the hotel? How soon beforehand?
A couple of hours, so we'll probably get some treatment, probably get rubbed down, just do a light warm-up, and then obviously hit the track out there and just perhaps do some starts and some strides, and just get into the frame of mind that he needs to be in, but not too much in this heat because it can take quite a lot out of you. But yeah, you know, he'll be mentally switched on for this now, and you know, it's going to be an epic final.
Are you going to stay and watch it?
Yeah, I might come back actually.
Yeah. Do you want to go away and come back?
Yeah, I'll come back in a bit because I'd love to see it, and you know, have my reaction as he crosses the line, hopefully with a victory.
Yeah, we'll do that. Dan, it's been great having you here.
No worries, yeah, pleasure.
Come and see us again, 7:20 if you want to come back for that.
Yeah,
and hopefully we'll all be celebrating together.
Yeah, hopefully a British win. Yeah, fingers crossed.
Yeah. Nice to see you. Discus, Dan Greaves, thank you very much. We'll see you in a bit.
Well, fabulous atmosphere here. The stand, which is, well, the main stand here is full, first of all, and of the 3 temporary stands, there's actually 4 of them, but the one that's closest to us is the one that's fullest. And there's a nice tent that they put up as well for wheelchair users, and it houses a couple of hundred. Brilliant atmosphere here. One thing I was thinking about when we went into working days about whether the high crowds we saw the weekend would stay up, but they really have, particularly in the evening sessions. It's been fantastic. I know I've said this a few times this week, but there are a couple of other events talking along the lines of World Youths and European Under-23s and so on that will sometimes be held in massive stadiums, and there'll only be maybe 1,000 or 2,000 there. You have a crowd like that here, put it into a nice compact stadium like this Stade de Rome.
People dancing in the crowd, very nice. And when the camera goes on, they dance even more. It was nice having Dan Greaves as a guest, just chatting about what it's like behind the scenes. We're going to have some relay action for you. And we don't have start lists for this one.
There's the final of the men's 4x100 metres relay, T11 to T13, and we saw some spectacular action in the semi-final, and it's 4 fine teams in this men's relay final: Spain, Russia, USA and France. Well, there are a few disqualifications and counter appeals in this one, but these are the 4 who have made it to the decider. So starting off with Spain after the excitement of the T11 women's 100 metres final. There's no Brazil in this, as they were disqualified as Pareco Maza, Rodriguez Magui, Porres, Well, Thailand were disqualified and France were reinstated. Loganov, Zverev, Trokalic are the first three in this.
The French left very disappointed, the French crowd. Left because it was one of the last events, and they went on the way out. So that's the American lineup: Marquise Price, David Brown, Alexis Gillette, and Josiah Jameson for the USA in the red. And this is the raw for France: Hyacinth Delaplace, Antoine Parel, Baku Gambate.
And Mukunda, that replaces the disqualified Thailand. Spain hold the world record from eons ago.
So this is a T11, T13, so there's people of varying abilities with eyesight here. T11 totally blind, T12 and T13 do have some visibility, and so they're asking for quiet. Spain on the inside, Russia, USA in the red, and France on the outside. The men's 4x100 relay, T11 to T13 final. Complete quiet in the stadium. Call to their marks. Just a reminder that we saw a few disqualifications on the changes. They have to change over between the yellow lines, which are very faint lines on the track. The athletes will be aware of them, and before the result is ratified, the judges will check the replays to make sure no one has handed over outside of the zone. It's one judge in every changing lane, keeping a really close eye on that. Spain on the inside, then Russia, then USA, France on the outside. 4x100 relay final. And away they go. Spain on the inside, Russia well away. So too America and France on the outside. The Americans going well, catching up with France as they go. Here comes the first changeover. Now is everybody clean? Looks all right for France. It's okay for USA. A good handover there for Russia. Russia catching up with the Americans now. Russia in the lead, I would say. On the inside, the Spanish are out of it pretty much at the moment. All the changeovers happening. It's very confusing to see what's happening there, but it's Russia going in the lead. The distinctive white-haired figure of Trikalic doing a great run there, and it looks like the Russians, as long as they don't mess this up, are going to win. Russia going through, and here come the Americans. Russia are going to get it from America, and then France are coming in for the bronze. Ahead of Spain, it's a win for Russia. Trikalic in that third leg, an absolute stunning performance, and as long as nothing has gone wrong with that, that will be a gold medal for Russia, silver for the USA, and the French sneaked in for the bronze. Spain came fourth. Now, just checking to see if anyone does a late change.
Well, Russia were absolutely flying here. There might be a possibility of a late change there, and it was a little bit clumsy as Zverev gave it to Trikalic on the second change over second leg into three, but Trikalic firing away, and then it went to the T11. It was Andrei Koptev alongside his guide Sergei Petrichenko. They're well clear for that stage. They're coming through for the United States, which Josiah Jameson also, he wouldn't be denied, and France coming through with Gautier Mukunda and his guide on Azu. And Spain have been disqualified. Spain have been disqualified. They were in fourth place anyway. So Russia, USA, France, the 1, 2, 3. And the final changeover as Koptev was brought home by Sergei Petrichenko. Really, there was no real bother for them. It was a good margin of victory. And then 42.90 is the official time that's been recorded for that. USA get the silver medal. It was good finish that by Koptev as he received from Trikalic. Nothing wrong so far that's been perceived with the Russian changes. The USA have got a national record and a continental record in second. France in third. Spain ultimately nowhere. But Russia take the honours, they take the gold, and France take another medal. It's bronze.
And Fedor Trikalic on the third leg, as he did in the semi-final. Phenomenal performance from him, and Russia had got away to such a good start. The French are absolutely delighted with this bronze medal because they were disqualified and then reinstated. And the crowd are going absolutely nuts, bearing in mind it's a bronze medal. But let's just have a look here. So the Americans away very well. Russia, at this point, not closing too much on. The Frenchman was being caught by the American. Let's just have a look at the change here. That all looks good. Very good one there. So it's very hard when you think there's 3 people involved, because there's a partially sighted runner handing over to the guide of a blind runner. Now this is the guy with the white hair, Fedor Trikalic. The French were a little bit late with their one there, so that might, we'll have to check to see if they, I mean, if they get disqualified now, they, the crowd are going to be very disappointed. They lost a bit of time there. It was within the thing, and here's the last changeover. Trikalic handing it forward, and then all his man had to do on the anchor leg was just finish and not fall over, and his guide kept him on course, and he finished in absolute style. So well done, Koptev, bringing it home for Russia with his guide Sergei Petrochenko. And there is a slightly larger lion than the one they are presented with, Lyon the lion. And that is gold for Russia, silver for the United States, and a bronze for France. Confirmation of the result: Russian Federation 42.90. The Americans have set a continental record 43.62, and the French 44.70 get the bronze, and the Spanish were disqualified. And French TV crew showing us a picture of the French bronze medalists with Lyon the lion. And they're very happy. 15 minutes to go until we start to see Johnny Peacock and Richard Brown in one of the most eagerly awaited sprint finals. Let's get
now the men's shotgun ceremony. F46. Big men involved here. France, by the way, are celebrating. There they are. We're in a similar situation in the Olympic Games in London. We're about to have a medal ceremony. He was spotted COVID, won the women's javelin, was doing a pretty lap of honour, and was about to run into, I think it was one of Usain Bolt's victory ceremonies, which he found a right way in the end.
Representing Germany.
Scouts are represented here too, which is nice. It's a world record in this also. It is German bronze for Matthias Schulze, 14.65. For Ukraine, it's a very good silver medal. Considering who's here coaching the German throws, always be very impressive. Dmitry Ibrahimov gets the silver medal for Ukraine, season's best 14.74. To play second fiddle.
And world champion, representing the Russian Federation.
Médaille d'or, champion du monde, représentant la Fédération de Russie, Nikita Prokhorov.
Nikita took the goal. Nikita Prokhorov, world record by 1 centimetre, 15.69. John once sang about it, Nikita. This man is still standing. World record, gold medal for Russia, yet another one.
Pour l'hymne national de la Fédération de Russie.
So Russia's successes continue for the Russian Federation. 10 gold medals now, 7 silver, 7 bronze, 24 overall. Stella Salas of Mexico, by the way, won the women's javelin earlier for F52 and F53. Really are zipping through the finals tonight. We're about to have 2 eagerly anticipated sprint ones in the 100 meters. Shot deserves its moment in the sun too, and it has it here. Quick change around. You ladies.
Ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony.
And this is for the men's discus. F42, even bigger men.
Mesdames et messieurs, cérémonie protocolaire du lancer de disque homme F42.
This was very early this morning, got underway. It was actually the second event at 9:45 this morning and went on for a little while. That's one of the main prizes here. I think you can get them for the souvenir shop. Thankfully, all the souvenirs are very, very cheap in price. Bronze medal for Bulgaria and Dechko Ovcharov, season's best 40.95. Really, there was no contest in this in the end. In terms of the final result, there's a bit of drama though. Took the final throw to win it by a huge margin. Greek silver, Marinos Phylaktos, season's best 41.07. And had a big chance. Just outside the medals was Fu Yanlong of China in 4th. It was a huge margin of victory in the end, but it needed the last throw in order to secure that. It's a European record ultimately for Ala Davis of Britain, 47.62 over 6.5 meters. All came about from the 6th throw. What we call making sure.
Like the royal baby. Yes, we can.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you are able for the national anthem of Great Britain.
Mesdames et messieurs,
8
merci de
gold
vous
medals
lever.
for
Si vous
Britain
le
now.
pouvez pour l'hymne national de la Grande-Bretagne.
That's the latest to add to the collection. Well, they have a prospect of another gold shortly. Real battle coming up in the T44 men's 100 metres. Johnny Peacock of Great Britain up against Richard Brown of the USA. But Jared Wallace, rule him out at your absolute peril. And Arnaud Faure of South Africa. And Jerome Singleton, who, don't forget, is the reigning world champion.
There's a feature on the Paralympic.org website where they've been going around asking people here who they think are going to win. And, journalists, and Elizabeth Hudson from BBC Sport Online says Brown on yesterday's performance. Rob Maul says Brown. Danny Crates from Channel 4 says Peacock. Catherine Merry from Channel 4 says Peacock. Rob Walker, Channel 4 says Brown. John Rawling says Peacock. And then Jan Willem Boyce from Unlimited Magazine Peacock. Patrick Dimenzil from Film France Corporation Brown. Jeremy Nicholas, Paralympic Sport TV, says Peacock. Stuart Weir, Peacock. Marcus Hartman, who's a photographer, says Brown. And Luis Cordoba says Brown as well. Sonny McLaughlin as well from Channel 4, also saying Brown. She's a Brit, she's gone for Brown. Alison Kirbishley, who's working here for 5 Live, says Brown's going to win it. Kate Gray for 5 Live says Peacock. Ed Harry for 5 Live says Brown. I'm going to ask you, Will, who do you think, Peacock or Brown? It could
Wallace.
It could be Jared Wallace, couldn't it? It could well be, or it could be Singleton, or it could be Arnaud Ferry. No, it's too hot for those lads. They're waiting to see some long jump action.
Yeah, there's another long jump which is about to get underway, by the way. It's the women's T44. There's only 5 in it, but one of the great names of French sport actually is competing in this. And you'll see her very shortly.
Public du stadion, vous pouvez vous voir actuellement sur l'écran géant. Une belle
They're all waiting for Marie-Amélie Le Fou in the long jump. The French favorite. That's why they are all wearing the red, white and blue. Test mark for all the participants, 5:43. So some great sprint action because we've got that T44 final coming with Peacock, Wallace, Brown and Ferry. We've also got the T43 final before that with Alan Oliveira in action.
Yes, and this the field for the women's long jump T44 final. You can see Iris Price of the Netherlands sitting on one end of the stool. It's going to be a big cheer when the home athlete gets a name called out, because she's a real hero here. 100 metres gold at London 2012. She actually won a medal of each colour in London. 2 silver in Beijing. Nami Sato of Japan, first of all. But just listen to this. Marie-Amélie Le Fou. Well, don't, because it's Saki Takakuo first, before her. Stephanie Reid of Britain, silver at London 2012, bronze in 2011. They're not actually reading them in order of starting for one very simple reason, which you probably worked out yourself by now, because they'll call Iris Price next in the Netherlands and they'll leave one particular name for last. Price, the candidate to personal best this year, 5:21, but here comes the home girl. Well, she won the 100 metres in London. She's on every single poster for this. So will she deliver? That's on over on the far side of the track. The right, as you see it from the master shot. A little lookout in the background over the Parc de Paris. Major support for Lefebvre. We'll be dipping in and out of that. It'll be over quite quickly, by the way. There's only 30 jumps in the whole competition. It's only 5 jumpers. T44 is... F44 has not been a regularly competed non-jump event, not perennially. Sometimes it's been blended in with the 46s, sometimes the 42s. But it's got the crowds out. That's not the only thing which is getting the crowds out, because the next 2 track races in particular have the potential of being absolutely sensational.
Leave the French to enjoy We Will Rock You.
Oscar Pistorius' 200 metres record the other night. Alan Oliveira, the man who beat Pistorius in London. And he now is the fastest man on 2 blades. other nicknames can apply. Daniel Rizzieri of the United States fancies an upset. He's run the fastest of his life this week, 12.60. Alongside him, his compatriot Joshua Kennison, 11.81, has got a prospect. Well, he's a big national hero right now in Brazil. Should stay that way for a long time. Alan Oliveira. World record set in Berlin at the Grand Prix there last month. He's in form, good form. For Russia, Ivan Prokopiev. He'll be asking a lot, but he might be swept through considering the two menys in between. Blake Leaper on the other side. Bronze in this in London 2012. Silver in the 400. The third American to reach the final. And David Bear on the outside. Could be a good outside chance. That record set just a month ago, the world record, championship record, still held by Oscar Pistorius. Will it still be in a minute's time? Oliveira has got a huge amount of focus on him. Here's their celebration, similarly coming after 11 odd seconds of running. It's Rizzieri of the United States in 2, Kennison USA 3, Oliveira Brazil 4, Prokopiev of Russia in 5, Leaper USA 6, Bera of Germany is in lane 7, and it's a moment it's got the entire stadium standing up here. Could be something very special coming from the world record holder in 4, we'll see. Rizzieri, Kennison, Oliveira, Prokopiev, Leaper, Bera. Away the first time of asking. Watch lane 4, Oliveira coming in good. Kennison's going very well for the States, but now here comes Oliveira ahead of Leaper. Oliveira all the way. Alan Oliveira, 10.81. Championship record. Oscar Pistorius' name is written out in the record books yet again. It was fast, he's got the gold. I'm sure he wanted the world record as well. 10.80 is the official time it's been rounded down to. Well, he's a real superstar. It's the Copa Libertadores final that Atletico Mineiro are playing in this week in South America, but this will get a lot of headlines too. It's being shown all day live in Brazil. He's got a championship record. I fancy he wanted a little bit more, really. Oliveira here, 10.80. And he absolutely sailed through. It was him against the clock and nothing else. And Oliveira gets a superb gold medal, if not a world record. He won by half a second over Leaper in second place. I think Kennison took third for the States in the end, so USA 2 and 3, but there's only one man top of the pile, and it's this man, Alan Oliveira, gets the championship record. Oh, look how far ahead he was in the end. And, well, that's the photo finish for third, given to Kennison, with Prokopiev fourth and Bera fifth, and Bera was very, very close to bronze. That's unfortunate for him, he was down in fifth place. Rizzieri was out of it really, but it was a personal best time for him in sixth. But Oliveira, absolutely scintillating surge. He just wanted to push it a little bit more. Break his own world record. He's looking over at the clock. Suggestion of a slight ease up in the line. But there's another world record to be broken for him, but not today. So here's the world champion, the double world champion. Championship record 10.80. Leaper second, Kennison third, Prokopiev, Bera, unluckily close, but not enough. And if you like that, you'll love what's coming next on the track.
Yes, we've got Johnny Peacock of Great Britain in action, Paralympic champion, up against Richard Brown of the United States, the world record holder. When Peacock qualified for the final, Brown was in the next semi and set a new world record. And these two really have a fierce rivalry. Jared Wallace of the States also in the race. Anu Farid of South Africa. His qualifying time would have won him gold in Christchurch 2 years ago. Jerome Singleton of the USA, we've seen him, he's been in phenomenal form. So this is going to be quite a final. This is the T44 one. This again is for amputees, but just the single blade in this.
Crossing over very shortly for that tremendous track final, but it will be a little bit of women's javelin before that, the F33, F34. 6 throws for everybody, but 3 at the one time. Mariana Heikkinen of Finland, currently lying in 5th place, 18.76 at best, and has to improve by maybe a metre to get into the medals. That's not bad, I'll tell you. It was a good throw, and it's been given as making an indentation. It slid along the grass, but it made a dent. Now that looks beyond 20 metres. And if it is, I think she might have just gone second. We'll wait and see that. It's all done on points, this. 20.79, and Heikkinen goes into the silver medal position for Finland. New personal best, and only Birgit Koper with the world record ahead of it. That was a terrific throw.
So what a great night of athletics we're having here. Fantastic relay. The crowd's really excited by France getting a bronze in the relay. Saw a brilliant win for the Russians, silver for the Americans. We've just seen that brilliant T43 final. This is how the javelin looks at the moment. Kober of Germany in the lead, 27.45 ahead of Heikkinen of Finland. We just saw 20.79. Breimar Skaurenek of Germany in bronze at the moment. The athletes just taking their tracksuits off down at the start of the men's 100 T44 final. We'll go to that very shortly. We'll also keep an eye on everything that's happening here in the stadium. An eye on what Amélie Lefeur is up to over on the far side. That's where the crowds have gone to see the local French favourites. But a large crowd here now gathering.
This is the women's long jump T44 final. And this has got the home crowd packing out the stands on the far side. Marie-Amélie Lefeur leads this at the moment for France. Her first round jump of 4.71. She's 5 centimetres clear of Steph Reid of Britain, 4.66. In 3rd place, there's a tie between the 2 Japanese athletes, Mimi Sato and Saki Takakura. Both went out to 4.43 in the first round. So it's Sato's chance to make 3rd, hers outright. Good run up, nice leap. That'll be a white flag.
Is it me, or is the disco music a bit louder tonight than normal?
It's actually a really good crowd in tonight. It's been really gratifying to see. We've got the main stand full, the main temporary stand full, and the wheelchair section is full as well. And over at the far side, there's a bigger crowd than usual because, I mean, the sun's gone in, but it's still pleasantly hot. It's in the 20s now. It's been in the 30s, mid-30s for most of the week. If Sato improved, it wasn't by a huge amount, but it probably would give her 3rd outright. Well, 4.53, big improvement, goes up into the 3rd place. And she's only 13 centimetres away from the silver. But now, the poster girl. They've already had 1 goal through Marie-Françoise Ali here, and they want another through Marie-Amélie Lefeur. And the stadium announcer here is making it clear to everybody that their girl is up next. 4.71 in the first round. Here comes the second, and that looks longer, and there's a good reason for that. It's a red flag. Broke the plasticine.
He definitely cranked the music up when she was about to come on, just to get the crowd going. It's showing a little bit of bias towards the home jumper. Stadium announcers do that sometime.
What would you know?
Do a bit of stadium announcing in my spare time. But I would never do anything like that in my capacity as stadium announcer at West Ham United. Get the home crowd to cheer for the home team. Good Lord, whatever next. So it's the men's 100 metres T44 final. This is the one that most people in the stadium have been waiting all day to see. The showdown between Johnny Peacock and Richard Brown. But could Jared Wallace or Arnaud Faris or Jerome Singleton spoil the party? It's the T44. It's for single leg amputees. It's Christoph Bausch of Switzerland in lane 1. Personal best set this season, 11.66. He does the I'm calm face. Alistair McQueen of Canada points to the maple leaf. 11.64 his PB. This is Johnny Peacock. Paralympic champion. Was the world record holder until this man, Jared Wallace, in the semi-final, beat Johnny's record. Sorry, not this man. Richard Brown, the next man we're going to see after him. Jared Wallace, 11.15. Very strong Americans, two together. This is Jared Wallace. Points to the sky. Just as well that Jared Wallace is between the two, actually, because the guys don't get on. There is Richard Brown. In lane 5. 10.83, which is the world record. He's been saying that he wants to knock Johnny Peacock off his pedestal. Arnaud Faris, South African, 11.25 his season's best, 11.08 his personal best. He's had an abscess on his stump earlier in the season that has caused him not to be in such good form. Jerome Singleton, smiling. Now he's not smiling. Personal best, 11.16. Looking confident, doing the Usain Bolt type face. And Ronald Hertog of the Netherlands, 11.52. And a few Dutch in the crowd. So I would say the winner's going to come from probably Peacock and Brown, but possibly Wallace, Faris and Singleton. It's the 4 in the middle, the blonde hair of Johnny Peacock. Then the red of Jared Wallace, and the other side, the red of Richard Brown, the world record holder with a time of 10.87. And he made a real point in the semi-final, and Brown has been telling anyone that'll listen that he's going to knock Peacock off his pedestal. Peacock's kept very quiet since that semi-final. Men's 100 metres, T44 final, and they're away. And the American is away very well. Brown away well, and here comes Peacock. It's Peacock and Brown. Peacock on the near side, Brown on the closest to us. Who's going to get it? Oh, I can't split them. I think it was just Johnny Peacock. I think it was Johnny Peacock. Championship record. It's 11 seconds dead. Johnny Peacock, I think, got it. Yes, he did, because Brown's time's come up 11.01. Johnny Peacock of Great Britain. It's been rounded down to 10.99 by 2/100ths of a second. He's beaten his big rival, Richard Brown. Brown said he was going to knock Johnny off his pedestal, but Johnny was not to be knocked off. And by 2/100ths of a second, Jerome Singleton has got the bronze, 11.27. Look at this run here, and Peacock was away really well, but at this point Brown was coming back, and all the time Brown was coming back at him, and Peacock was holding him off, and Brown was coming and coming, and just ran out of track. I think if it got a bit further, Brown might have got it, but look how tight that is. But it's definitely a gold for Johnny Peacock. Yep, there we are, look at that. The 100 metres T44 final. We promised it would be a real showdown between Johnny Peacock and Richard Brown, and look at that. Fantastic. But Johnny Peacock got off to a shocking start. Let's, when we're going to replay the race, let's have a look at his start, because he had a dreadful start, but he still came back really strongly. That's why it's not faster. That's why he hasn't beaten the world record that was taken away from him by Brown. But well done, and that's a lovely smile from Johnny Peacock, the hero of London. We're going to have a look at the replay, and let's just see what went wrong with his start. Did you see this, Will? What went wrong?
Well, it was lane 3. Brown got off to an absolutely fantastic start in 5. Wallace was right up there, but look at 3. Look at 3 here.
Oh,
there, look, he just... Basically, he stubbed his toe, if you know what I mean. When it came to his blade on the right-hand side, he stubbed the top, and he had to gain a little bit of speed back. And you can see facially, he was really struggling there. It's a good start by Wallace alongside in 4. Brown, particularly in 5, started absolutely fantastically. It meant a lot for Peacock to try and fight a little bit harder, to get the speed up, to get up and beat him.
He could nearly have gone down. Let's see how
Look
close he
carefully
comes
at
to
this,
falling
lane
here.
3, look at his right leg. Look very carefully at the tip of his right blade. Gets away and he stops it. Just at the first downward action there, he landed, he was supposed to land right pretty much on the foot, and instead he just stopped it, not once actually, but twice. It was a horrible start, and yet he was still able to fight back and win the gold medal.
What a great win that was, because he nearly twisted the blade over. Oh, fantastic win for Johnny Peacock.
Well, real drama there, and real drama here. You'll see why in a second in this women's T44 long jump final, because Marie-Amélie Lefeur has lost the lead. 471, she's got 5 meters for Iris Bryson. Tries to respond, but that is not an improvement at all, and she's now only 1 centimeter ahead of Mimi Sato of Japan in third. And on home soil, well, she doesn't want it to go wrong. She's being supported by a good few hundred French supporters over on the far side, but there's pressure on her now, and she's dropped to second place. She's basically an imperial foot behind the lead. 471 in the first round. 5 meters dead for Iris Bryson, which happened during that incredible 100 meters drama here. And well, you have to give it up for Johnny Peacock all the more, because forget about times when you're a world champion. Peacock made an absolute hames of that, and he still came through to win.
He did. He was. Well, I think I'd have fallen over, because he put his blade down, it twisted round, he put it down again, and you saw so much effort went in a sideways movement that he was lucky. He did well to stay in his lane. He did well not to fall over. And what he did extremely well to do was to go on and win the gold medal and set a new championship record. So official result 10.99, confirmed as a championship record for Johnny Peacock after that dreadful start. Richard Brown getting the silver in 11.01 and Jerome Singleton getting the bronze.
Now we have a medal ceremony on the way, which is for the women's discus, the F54, 55, 56. From earlier today, Germany did fantastically in this. How can you keep calm in a night like this? We've seen some terrific stuff.
The medals will be presented by the delegate director of EDF for the Rhône region.
Les médailles seront remises par le directeur.
This was one of the first events of the morning, actually.
And by the chief executive officer
That
of
normally takes
Greetings.
about 3 hours
Et le directeur général
to complete, because of athletes having to be wheeled in, locked into their chair. They take their throws and then they're
Representing Egypt.
rolled out again.
médaille de bronze représentant l'Égypte, Sheila Javelin.
Well,
Now, what does it say on that T-shirt?
I'll keep calm and enjoy athletics. I think, or do athletics, it is.
And do athletics. For people around the world that have never seen these shirts before, these are based on a traditional British wartime poster that said "Keep calm and carry on," and it was during the Second World War, and it was to raise morale and stop people panicking. And since then, there's been various versions of this: keep calm and have a cup of tea, keep calm and do line dancing. And her one is keep calm and do athletics, and she did it very well. More traditional attire for the silver medalist, Martina Willing.
Shemaya Garber with the bronze medal, Willing with the silver here. It's German silver and gold.
She said it in French. Bonjour.
Gold medalist and world champion representing Germany.
Médaille d'or, championne du monde représentant l'Allemagne, Marianne Bugenhagen.
Marianne Bugenhagen, who has taken the gold medal here for Germany, and being applauded by the vanquished, and a colleague, a good friend. Memento
Ladies and
to add to the
gentlemen,
main.
please rise if you're able for the national anthem of Germany.
Mesdames et messieurs, merci de vous lever si vous le pouvez pour l'hymne. nationale de l'Allemagne.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world champion medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, le
Good games for
médaillon.
Germany. 4 golds so far, 14 medals in total. Ariana Guggenhagen, Martina Filling. With the gold and silver for the next generation. Breathing down. I would hold that thought, by the way, because there's another one on the way very shortly. This was another very good long jump competition. Rose Pricing, by the way, in the third round has gone out to 487. She's still in the lead, 5 meters dead, leads by 29 centimeters over Marie-Amélie Lefebvre. And this was the T46
Ladies
earlier.
and gentlemen, victory
The women's
ceremony
long jump.
for the women's long jump.
Well, we've had some excitement the last few minutes, haven't we, Dan?
Ah, Dan Greaves has arrived. Where were you? We were hoping you were going to be with us for this, right? You had to celebrate with the team. Oh, fair enough. Yeah.
Bronze medalist representing
We can barely hear you at the
Brazil.
moment, Dan.
Sorry, Dan, there's a bit of a problem on the line. We'll get back to you in just a moment.
We'll go through this middle of ceremony for now. Sheila Finder for Brazil took the bronze medal, 5 meters 14. Real contest was for gold here. Finder had a battle of her own to hold off Lenka Gajaska of Slovakia. She was only 4 centimeters behind her, but she still held on to take the bronze.
We've got Dan's microphone sorted out. We'll have a chat with you after this medal ceremony, if that's all right, Dan.
Yeah, that's fine.
Are you a happy man?
Yeah, I've almost lost my voice.
Hold that thought for just a moment.
Kylie Beattie of Australia. Well, the silver medal was 5.75. And she went out a long way. She's the world record holder, 6:01 set in Sydney back in March, but just couldn't light enough of the flame.
Gold medalist and world champion representing the Russian Federation.
Médaille d'or.
Russian gold, Nicole Radomankina, personal best, 5.92.
Nicole Radomankina.
A new championship record. She had held that from Christchurch in winning last time. She's only 9 centimeters now away from the world record. Well, she's a world champion, and world records are nice, but one day you lose them. You never lose a medal, unless you're very, very careless.
There was a South African that lost his medal on a plane, but they gave him a new one a
Ladies
couple of
and
days ago.
gentlemen, please rise if you are able for the national anthem of the Russian Federation.
Mesdames et messieurs, merci de vous lever si vous le pouvez pour l'hymne national de la Fédération de Russie.
down the Russian anthem. Let's quickly get a word with Dan Greaves before the long jump starts again, and we have to go over to that. Dan, how are you feeling after your roommate Johnny Peacock just one goal?
I'm so pumped right now. I got more nervous in that race than my actual discus. You know,
Did you really?
Yeah, I just couldn't watch. Well, and then I saw him stumble a bit out the blocks. I thought, oh my God, come on, hold it together. And he's 40 to 60 and made it up, and obviously squeezed it on the line. Not the fastest time, but you know, I think he'll just be over the moon with a win. You know, like I said before, like he just keeps himself to himself. He knows his ability, and you know that win is just going to be massive for Johnny, a massive confidence booster. To know that someone's come out and run the world record and that you can beat them when it matters.
What a moment at the start, though. What on earth happened?
I know. I don't know. It looks like he tripped or stumbled or something, and just it didn't obviously put him off because he managed to recover. But who knows what time he could have run had he got the perfect start.
Yeah, because it seemed like he stubbed. I think Will said he stubbed his toe, and then obviously on the prosthetic leg, and he almost twisted over nearly, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, like I was watching his warm up and he was going for a really fast turnover and looked to get that, but obviously in the race that fast turnover didn't do him any good and he stumbled a little bit. But I'm so proud of him just to control it and manage to get the win from that scenario.
Stay with us if you can, Dan, for another 5 minutes, or do you have to go?
I've got to go.
You've got to go.
Yeah.
Dan Greaves, thank you very much for joining us.
No worries.
Please
Pleasure,
pass on
guys.
our congratulations to Johnny.
Will do.
And if he wants to join us at any point up here, we'd love to see him.
Okay, will do.
Yeah.
Cheers, thanks,
You
guys.
may not know he's shy, you like all this stuff, but he doesn't.
Okay.
Good man. Cheers, Dan.
Quickly run through the field for this men's 100 metres T34 first semi-final. Manny of Finland, Smink of Canada, McCracken of Australia won the silver in 2012. Almatari of Kuwait we've just seen. This is the gold medalist, reigning world champion from Christchurch 2011, Sebastian Mowbray.
Champion du monde en titre, représentant la France, Sébastien Mowbray.
Mowbray, a major home favourite, turns 32 next week. And Mohammed Hamadi, bronze medalist in London, silver medalist in Christchurch 2 years ago, the United Arab Emirates.
And we've said goodbye to Dan Greaves there because people are coming to the back for other people from the British team saying, come on Dan, we're going off to the hotel for some food. So we've had to say goodbye to him there.
Yeah, it's the first three who qualify for the final of this. Manny, Smink, McCracken, Almatari, Mowbray and Hamadi. McCracken, silver medalist in London. Mowbray is the world champion. Wait, the first time of asking. Mowbray needs to get off to a good start, and he has got off to a good start. Manny of Finland as well, also flying away. And McCracken's doing terrifically, and McCracken's coming through for Australia here. He's going to take the honours. Mowbray will be second, I think, unless he's stopped on the line. There's no doubt about the winner. Hamadi was coming really good towards the end. 16.11 is a new championship record. The time unofficial, I actually think it was a little bit faster than that because the second placer is suddenly showing up as a little bit quicker than that. There's no doubt whatsoever about it. The winner was Reid McCracken, silver medal in 2012 in London. And that was a really fantastic race, blitzed towards the line, and well, there was a real blanket for second. Manny on the far side. Mowbray might just have been pipped by Hamadi. It's a championship record for certain anyhow.
The crowd just being told about that championship record so you can hear Star Wars.
Yep,
Catch up.
16.01 it was. There was a tenth of a second's difference between the original clock and the official time. Well, he's through to the final. Manny second, Hamadi third, and Mowbray, who for a long time looked as if he was nailed on for second, just stopped too early and was outflanked.
The man to beat in this competition will be Walid Katila, who goes in the next heat for Tunisia.
Now, fourth attempt from Marie-Amélie Lefort. 471 a best so far, and that doesn't look as if it's improved. She's the world record holder, 5:43. A set in Belfort last summer. She's really pushing it, and that looks like a foul. Sato is still third, Lefort second. Price 29 centimetres clear, and still in the gold medal position.
And the stadium announcer's doing his best to inspire Marie-Amélie Lefebvre with tonight's going to be a good night, but at the moment it's not such a good night for the world record holder because she's in second place. The coach is just having a word, she's saying it's all, look at the despair on her face there. She's saying it's just not going right, it's all going wrong.
I mean, she's really performing well within her abilities right now because her world record mark from last year is around 70 centimetres further than where she is at the moment. And look at how close Sato is and how close Reid is as well.
Let's go back to the track for the second of the semi-finals then, the men 100 metres in the T34. And the man to look out for this one is Walid Khatila of Tunisia. Has a personal best of 15.33. So if it all goes to form, you'd expect him to win this at a canter and then win the final. Bojan Mitic, Stefan Rouge, Nathan DeWitt and Austin Pruitt making up the rest of the fields. First three in each heat and the next two fastest go to the final. That's the favourite, Walid Khatila, season's best 15.89, his personal best 15.33. Nobody else in the race has gone under 16 seconds. Looks cool and calm, is away with his gloves. There's the Swiss man, Bojan Mitic, hence the cowbells in the red and white. Reflecting on the race, Stefan Rouge of the Netherlands. Looks like the Terminator. Those sunglasses and that face, absolutely impassive. One hand, wouldn't want to mess with him, would you? Nathan DeWitt of Canada, much smilier, much friendlier looking. Cheeky grin from Nathan in lane 6. And there's Austin Pruitt. You can see the cameraman reflected in his blue glasses. And again, absolutely no reaction on his face, just a slight grin so that we know he's only. Khatila of Tunisia, Mitic of Switzerland, Rouge of the Netherlands, DeWitt of Canada, Pruitt of the United States. And Khatila away well, so too is Mitic. It's Mitic of Switzerland in the red, who's in the lead at the moment. Rouge of the Netherlands in the orange going well, but now here comes Walid Khatila of Tunisia. Walid Khatila, very, very comfortable. It's a great start from Mitic, but Walid Khatila has over the line in 15.99. He's gone under 16 seconds again. That's a new championship record. And he just looked so comfortable there. Mitic of Switzerland and Rouge of the Netherlands will qualify as well. So you see what a great start Mitic had in lane 4 in the red. He was away best. Rouge of the Netherlands kept up with him, and then suddenly Khatila just stretched away in the last 50 metres to finish very, very comfortably. The music from Star Wars tells you it's a championship record for Walid Khatila. He is the world record holder as well. Set that in Kuwait in January last year. And now he is the IPC Athletics World Championship record holder as well. And I wouldn't be surprised if he's not the champion.
That time's been rounded down by a further 10th, and we saw that in the first semi-final as well. 15.99 has gone down to 15.90, and that breaks the championship record of a few minutes ago by Reid McCracken by 11 hundredths of a second. And the old championship record had been Sébastien Mowbray's 16.53. It's gone now. Mitic with a European record in second, and Rouge in third for the Netherlands.
That's a lot of rounding down. Usually it's just 0.01 that gets rounded down. So these are the qualifiers. Walid Khatila with the best time, Reid McCracken, Bojan Mitic, Stefan Rouge, Mohamed Hamadi, Henry Manley, Sébastien Mowbray and Austin Smeek of Canada. They'll be the 8 in the final, and it's going to be a fantastic contest. Reid McCracken would fancy his chances, but my money would be on Walid Khatila. We're really building up to an exciting long jump now.
Yes, Mimi Sato of Japan, 4.70, still her best. That was from round 3, and she's 1 centimetre behind Marie-Amélie Lefebvre. Now it's double jeopardy for Lefebvre because she needs to increase to get into the gold medal position, but she could lose the silver, especially if Sato improves a lot here, and she might just have done that. Takakua was at one stage joint third with Sato, but then Steph Reid got into the equation. 4.66, by the way. Reid is down in 4th place, but she's only 5 centimetres away from silver. It's a really well contested final.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the
Excellent flight from Mami Sato. It's quite rare for this event to be a 44 final in its own right. It's 4:52. It's not an improvement. 4:70, quite a peak, because the rest are all around 4:50.
But extraordinary difference in the body language between her and Marie-Amélie Lefebvre, who had the whole weight on her shoulders. But Mami Sato, very, very smiley there.
So this is the final of the men's 100 meters T52. Marcus Castillo, Venezuela in 2, Matsumoto of Japan in 1. And this is Salvador Hernandez of Mexico, gold medalist in the World Championships 2 years ago, in Athens in 2004, silver medalist in London and in Sydney 2000. It's been around a while. Turns 50 at Christmas. Now Raymond Martin so far has had 1,500 and 800 gold this week. This for the hat-trick. Tatiana McFadden's already done that tonight. Beat Bosch. Can make some noise for the Swiss. Twice a Paralympic Games silver medalist and the World Championships 2 years ago in New Zealand. And the 3 hot favourites for medals, but Gianfranco Iannotto of the USA might have a good opportunity. Peth Rungsri of Thailand is in lane 7. National colours everywhere. And Isaiah Rigo of the United States is in 8. Raymond Martin, he thinks he's young. Rigo was born in February 1999, according to a list, which makes him 14. But Raymond Martin, 19 years old, gold medalist in London. He's won 2 already, this for the 3rd. Matsumoto, Castillo, Hernandez, Martin, Bosch, Iannotto, Rungsri, Rigo, the 8 in this final. Hernandez crouched up, and now he crouches down. And away we go, the first time of asking. Martin in 4, Hernandez in 3. What a start by Hernandez this is. Is Martin going to get going in time? It's Hernandez who still leads. Martin trying to catch up. Iannotto making it through. Hernandez, Martin play catch up. Is Hernandez going to do it? Martin might just have got there. Well, I think Hernandez's wheel went up at the line. It's gone to Martin. Martin's been given the win. He's got his 3rd gold medal, and Hernandez's chair just flicked up right at the line, and that might just have cost him gold. But Martin gets it.
It was extraordinary,
3/10.
the way Hernandez, you can see how much he's pushing, and as you say, his wheel comes off the ground with the last few pushes. There we go. Look,
he gave it too much, 3, 4 times. That cost him gold, no doubt at all. Hernandez, and he kept the chair down, would have got the gold medal, but instead Raymond Martin gets his 3rd instead. 1,500, then the 800, now the 100. And Hernandez, at the age of 49, could have pulled off one of the greatest sensations we've seen.
And all the way through, Hernandez's front wheel is coming off the ground. Whereas Martin keeps it, just look here, up off the ground there. He's wasting energy by doing that. But it's like doing a wheelie.
Well, a man of such incredible experience, and look at that. He's clearly not on the level there, and he just gave it too much, and the trajectory went up, and that was it. Iannotto, by the way, got the bronze medal, and Raymond Martin gets his 3rd gold medal of the week to match Tatiana McFadden. Hernandez, at the age of 49, who medalled as far back as Sydney, and that's actually as far back as we researched. He could have done it in Atlanta. Heaven knows he could have done it in Seoul. It's Samba time, anyway.
When you think about it, he could be Raymond Martin's dad. And
he could be his grandfather.
And yet, being at the age of 49, you'd think he'd have a little bit more experience than in a final to start doing wheelies like that. I know, probably he could hear Martin behind him and he was just putting everything into it. But if he just kept his composure, just kept that wheel down.
But it's when you're in the heat of battle, inexplicable things happen, without a doubt. And you feel sorry for him, no doubting that. Anyway, it's a Santos double. as part of a Brazilian treble in this women's 100 metres T11.
And we've got a slightly different podium. They've taken away the raised podiums for the blind competitors just for safety reasons, I would imagine, so they don't topple over the edge when they bend down to get their medals. Well, it is everybody in yellow and green, isn't it? Nice big party together.
Well, it's a fantastic clean swing for Brazilian sprinting. There was one other entrant in the final from Angola who was disqualified for a full start.
We saw the 3 Americans. Now we're seeing the 3 Brazilians.
Jay Santos bronze, Jay Santos silver. But what a great victor at the end of it all. Like Alan Oliveira, really like the 2 Santoses here as well. A truly terrific exponent of parasport.
Once we've heard the Brazilian anthem, which they will all know the words to, we will resume the long jump with Marie-Amélie Lefebvre with 1 jump still to go.
She loves it. She loves winning. Who doesn't? But she's just got a joie de vivre about it, which is infectious.
This is the lady that wears the blindfolds. She's had boats and cars and giraffes.
Teresina Kilomina.
For this medal ceremony, she's just wearing her sunglasses. She's done her hair a little bit special with a couple of fascinator on the side. That's what they call those things that ladies have in their hair. Oh, they clip their medals together. They sound quite heavy. I heard from Dan Greaves that they are very heavy indeed. Dan's gone off to celebrate with his roommate, Johnny Peacock. Amina celebrating on her own or with her guide.
If you're staying near them, nobody sleeps tonight. Brazil, gold, silver, bronze.
One big huddle, and Teresina Guillemina howled all the way through that. She had to take her glasses off to wipe her eyes.
Well, proper order too. It's something for national celebration, really.
And all of the men sang the anthem. And they just naturally seem to go into a huddle. So let's go to the long jump for this very exciting conclusion. We've got the last 3 jumps. Mami Sato of Japan is in the bronze medal position, and then after this, Marie-Amélie Lefebvre will be jumping for the last time. There goes Sato. The announcer started talking just as she started her run-up, which is not really the thing to do. So she's 470 is her best jump so far. She's jumped 443, 453, then 470, 451, 452. Marie-Amélie Lefebvre 482, so she would have to jump another 12 centimetres to equal that, 13 to move into the silver medal position. I don't think she's done that. She smiled all the way through the tournament. Mami Sato, F44 competitor.
469, so she stays in 3rd, and now it's down to the final 2.
And it's the local girl, so listen to the noise now. This is the last event in the stadium.
Well, there's been some amount of pressure being put on Marie-Amélie Lefebvre. She did improve, by the way, in the 5th round to 4.82, 18 centimetres down on the lead. She doesn't even have to pull out the jump of her life because that was last year, 5.43. Here she comes. It's all down to this. Marie-Amélie Lefebvre for her country. Put a major amount into it, but did she pull out a major enough jump?
From looking at her, you cannot tell. She's totally impassive. You cannot read her. Such a professional. She goes down. She does not fall backwards. She's smiling now. So it's 4.82. She needs to beat 5 to get into gold. She's applauding the crowd before we get the score. The distance.
Well, for someone like her to be competing in a world championship in her own land, there's not many who get the chance to be able to do that. But let's watch the board.
Needs to be better than
4.80.
5.
4.80, and it's Dutch goal.
Marie-Amélie Lefebvre's just missed out. They've got the banners up for her, they're wearing the horn helmets, they've got the red, white and blue face paint on, but it hasn't come off for her. Such a shame because she's been a real poster girl for this competition. She is the French favourite and she shrugs and says, what could I do? I was just up against a really good competitor. 4.82 then, her best jump. That was 4.80, that last one. So this is the gold medalist, Iris Pruysen of the Netherlands. She jumped a no jump, then 5 metres, then 4.87, 4.84, 4.95. Her second jump, her best. She's already the gold medalist in the orange of Holland. What can the Dutch girl do here? Iris Pruysen. Still very noisy with the music on. I don't know if she wants that or if she's waiting for it to quieten. She is waiting for it to quieten. And there's lots of orange t-shirts over on the far side as the Dutch supporters get behind her. There's lots of Dutch in the stadium tonight. Here she goes, Iris Pruysen. Big leap.
A red flag.
Gets a red flag, doesn't matter. And she is the gold medalist with a distance of 5 metres exactly. And all those orange shirts in the crowd over on the far side applauding their local hero who has done the business, Iris Pruysen.
Well, really great display from Pruysen, and she has upset the home party. Gold for the Netherlands, 5 metres dead. She and Lefebvre, 2 of only 4 who've ever gone beyond 5 metres at this. Now, there's going to be a very crowded roster. I think this is actually the real reason why they've taken all of the...
Yes, I don't think I've ever seen as many people. It's like a West End show.
Yeah, and don't forget the guides are here as well, so... doubtful you'll ever have actually seen a podium as full as this. They're actually, I think there's only one event I can think of that would possibly have a fuller podium. It's actually the European Team Championships, because the entire team of 50 go up on the podium. This is a good final.
Yeah, they always are. The French delighted with their bronze medal in the white tracksuits because they were disqualified after the semi-final. When we left last night, the French were very fed up. The stadium emptied very quickly. It was very easy to get a bus home back to the hotel because the French were absolutely distraught that their team had got disqualified. But guess what? They got reinstated and they won the bronze medal. Very hard work for the French Federation to get that reinstatement. If you lodge an appeal, you have to pay for it. You lose your money if you lose the appeal.
Correct. Successful appeal means it gets reinstated. You get the money back and you get the team reinstated. It's to ensure there will be no frivolous appeals.
So the French got their francs back. Now
Euros, my friend, changed in 2002.
Oh, is it Euros?
Hyacinth Delaplace, Antoine Perel, Baku Dambakate, and Gauthier Makunda with the guides Gauthier Simonet and Edgar Bonazou.
Give me a chance, I was only 11 years old. Now, there's an extraordinary number of Americans that come on the platform. Did they really have that many guides, or have they just sent up some extra chaps to get some more medals? Yes, they must have had those
They
guides.
did have more guides than anyone else. They had 3. Spain and France had 2 each. Russia actually only had the 1.
They did, so they'll only get 5 medals. I'd be inclined to send a ringer up, see if I can get another medal.
Well, I think it's different for the relay. I think everybody could have a guide potentially, so a maximum of 8 allowed. Markeith Price, David Brown, Alexis Gillette, and Josiah Jameson, with the guides Roland Slay, Wes Williams, Wesley Hosea Williams, and Jerome Avery.
Son guide, Wesley Ozzy Williams.
Joshua Jameson.
Et son guide, Jerome Avery.
You could have 4 guides, I'm sure, but probably not advisable.
Not with all those baton changes. The more hands there are, the more likely there is that one of them will drop them.
But there are 8 medals, just in case. Or in this case 7, so they obviously count out the right amount. It's not like the individual where if you've 2 guides and the really long distances, well, only one of them gets a medal, and it's really down to the home federation whom that goes to. It's also down to the federation whether they get another medal minted. They are quite valuable pieces of work. Different medal design for a championship.
And look how the blind runners are feeling the Lions, to feel exactly what this strange little thing is that they've been given.
But it means a lot as well. Something to be prized at home. I was given this as well for winning. I was on the podium when I was given this, when I was given my gold medal as well. And it is gold medals for Russia here for Artem Loginov, Alexander Zverev, Fedor Trikolic, Andrei Koptev, and the guide Sergei Petrochenko. They host the Winter Paralympic Games next year in Sochi. They host the IAAF World Athletics Championships, and they're doing fantastically in the medals table in Lyon.
Just before they get their lines, are you someone that likes to get a souvenir from sporting events that you go to?
Every single one.
Do you? What will you be looking to get here, and what's the best souvenir?
Well, normally a toy, and normally a mug if I can, and normally a pin, and normally a program, and normally a T-shirt as well.
You must have a big house. You're like
I do.
A museum curator.
Well, quite actually, a lot of it is in a glass cabinet at my mother's home now, actually. And that is now an exceptional tally for the Russian Federation overall. 10 gold medals, 24 in all. By the way, this gold only counts as 1, not 5, in the overall standings. And we'll only hear this piece of music once as well.
Gold medal for the Russians, ahead of the Americans, ahead of the French. And now they're linking up with the Americans in one great big shot. The French coming in as well. Everyone's going to put their arm around everybody else. It's a world in union. Yet another souvenir for Will's mum's house. He's taking a picture of that. You take a lot of pictures? Have you got lots of scrapbooks and things, or do you have them on the wall?
I have a laptop actually.
So we've got the Lion here. What do you think has been the best toy type mascot thing you've ever picked up?
I'll tell you, the best mascot ever for any championship was, without doubt, in Berlin 2009, Berliner. Mainly because the person inside the bear costume was utterly mad. Ran into the outside lane during the 10,000 metres final. Always was picked up by Usain Bolt to celebrate. Steffi Neris, I remember, I think he picked her up, which is
Ladies and gentlemen,
quite impressive, along with a number of other athletes, and I think he managed to drop an athlete during one celebration.
33-34.
So it's been a fantastic day here.
45, she's the new world
So here are the medal standings after day 4. There's 5 to go. Russia topped the pile with 10 gold medals, 24 overall. United States have won 9 golds, along with Great Britain and Brazil. Ukraine, keep hearing their anthem, they've scored 7, and Germany doing very well in the field event. Steffi Neris is one of the main throws coach now, so that's why they're doing so well. Poland, China. Ireland still on page 2, and they have a chance of improving that with Smith and McKillop over the next 48 hours. So that's it. It's been a fantastic day 4. Great day of sprints. Johnny Peacock, Alan Oliveira, Guillermina, heroes of the day.
We'll see you tomorrow at 9:45. Bye-bye.
Au revoir.
champion of the day with 5 pictures in the women's long jump team 44. Thank you.